Hey guys. Tonight, we drift into the dusty haze of the 1930s, when hope shriveled like corn in a drought and dinner was whatever you could dig, trade, or scavenge, before the sun sank over a hungry horizon. Imagine the wind howling through cracked windows, grit in your teeth, your stomach growling louder than the old radio in the corner. You're sitting at a chipped wooden table, watching your mother stir a pot of something vaguely beige and steaming like it knows not to reveal what's inside. Welcome to breakfast on the prairie in the midst of the Great Depression. Spoiler alert. You probably won't survive this on a modern diet. So, before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. And hey, let me know your location and local time down in the comments. I always love seeing where and when you're listening from. Now, dim the lights. Maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum. And let's ease into tonight's journey together. You trudge across the creaking wooden floor of a dust-coated farmhouse. It's early. Too early. The light creeping through the tattered curtains is gray and dull. Not golden, like it used to be. Your breath clouds slightly in the cold air your bedroom and kitchen, both equally freezing now. You sit, wrapping a patchy wool blanket around your shoulders, and try not to think about the windstorm that scraped through the night, carrying away yet another layer of topsoil with it. That's just Kansas in 32. Breakfast is cooking, or, more accurately, something is being heated in a dented pot over a stove that's running low on coal. The smell is faintly earthy, slightly sour. Your mother calls it cornmeal mush, but she may as well call it, I wish we had bacon. It's a yellow-gray porridge made by boiling water and slowly stirring in cornmeal until it thickens into something between pudding and paste. You eat it plain, unless there's a splash of canned milk to spare, which there isn't today. You learned long ago not to ask for sugar. The cornmeal itself came from the last 10-pound sack handed out by the church pantry in town. A dusty basement where women pass around food staples as if they're relics from a lost civilization. You remember the day you got it? You stood in line for an hour, shoes wrapped in flour sacks, watching a girl your age clutch a bag of rice, like it was a teddy bear. That's the new currency. Bulk carbs, and whatever keeps the belly from rumbling too loud in class. You spoon the mush into your mouth, chewing. Even though it doesn't really need it. It tastes like warm cardboard with the texture of regret. Still, it's filling. And that's the only metric that matters now. Historians still argue whether malnutrition or despair did more damage in the early Depression years. But one thing's clear: you weren't starving. Yet, just perpetually not full. Sometimes, when you're lucky, the cornmeal mush gets pan-fried the next day, sliced into stiff golden slabs with crispy edges and a smell that makes the neighbors glance over. Not today. There's no leftover anything anymore. Every kernel, every crumb is accounted for. Your mom keeps a little notebook next to the stove where she records what's in the pantry. It reads more like a countdown than a shopping list. The window panes rattle in their frames as another gust rattles through. You squint outside and see only brown. Dust clings to the fence posts, buries the rows where vegetables once grew, and sifts into every crack of the house. Sometimes it gets in the food, too. You've learned to crunch past it. Back in 1931, before the dust storms really took over, there were still eggs on occasion. You even remember the testeric and slippery. A golden yolk, that seemed impossibly luxurious. But the chickens stopped laying after the 5th storm that month. Then they vanished. One by one. Nobody ever admitted to eating them. But you're not naive. You hear your father coughing in the other room. That rough, dry hacking that never goes away. The dust sits in your lungs. Coats your throat. People call it dust pneumonia. And doctors treat it with cod liver oil and wishful thinking. At breakfast, your dad still reads the newspaper. Though now it's mostly headlines about unemployment lines and bank failures. You ask if there's any good news. He says, "The cornmeal isn't moldy." You laugh, but only a little. You remember when you used to have toast and jam. It was store-bought bread, thick cut, and slathered with strawberry preserves. That was a different world. Now the bread is homemade madatov, dense and sour, because yeast is hard to come by, and sugar even more so. Yum? Forget it. You once saw a girl barter her only pair of gloves for a half-empty jar of grape jelly. People called her foolish. You secretly admired her. Occasionally, some enterprising soul in the neighborhood will gather prairie turnips. If they can find any, they're not actually turnips. Just wild tubers with a nutty flavor that's kind of pleasant if you boil them long enough. But the land's been picked over for miles. Even the weeds look suspiciously trampled. Then there's the coffeeer, the thing pretending to be coffee. It's made from roasted barley or burnt toast crumbs, strained through an old dishcloth. The bitterness is convincing, but the caffeine is a lie. You sip it slowly anyway, pretending to be an adult, pretending to be full. Sometimes, when you want to feel fancy, you sprinkle a little cinnamon on your mush. Where did the cinnamon come from? Nobody remembers. It's like the holy grail of breakfast spices. Your mom guards it fiercely, measuring it by grains, not teaspoons. It's amazing how the tiniest dash can make something so bleak feel like a treat. Flavor becomes currency. A pinch of salt can change everything. A rumor once spread about a boy whose aunt had vanilla extract. And the story grew until people claimed she had a whole shelf of baking goods. You never saw her, but she was mythic. There's always a kid who brings a boiled potato to school in his pocket. Not for lunch for heat. He eats it at recess. If he can wait that long. One day, he gave you a bite. It was cold and slightly gritty. But it was the best thing you'd eaten in weeks. You never forgot his face. You scrape your bowl, chasing the last glob of mush. Your stomach protests. Still half empty. But there's nothing more. Breakfast is over. You'll walk to school against the wind. Cheeks raw and eyes squinting. Your lips chapped and hair stiff with dust. And maybe if you're really lucky, you'll find a crust of bread in your pocket, saved from yesterday's lunch. That would be a miracle. You step outside and immediately regret it. The wind slaps your face with a mouthful of dirt, and you instinctively pull your collar up over your nose, blinking against the sharp sting. You walk down the road, boots crunching on gravel. That's more dust than stone now. Your mind still on the faint taste of cornmeal mush sitting in your stomach like an unwelcome guest. You glance at the old Wilson house on the corner boarded up. Windows broken. Nobody lives there anymore. But sometimes, you think you see shadows moving in the morning, like ghosts scraping out breakfast in an empty kitchen. The town looks faded, like an old photograph left out in the sun too long. Shop fronts are closed. Help wanted signs long gone. Paint peeling in exhausted curls. You pass the bakery that used to fill the block with sweet smells and warm air. Now it's just Kyiv. You know the ovens haven't burned in months. But if you inhale real deep and use your imagination, maybe you still catch a hint of something yeasty and soft. Or maybe you just want to believe it badly enough. After school, you take the long way home. Not because you like walking your feet or sore from being crammed into boots 2 sizes too small, but because there's a rumor that the Red Cross truck came by this morning. You make your way toward the church basement again, where the line is already forming. Mostly women, mostly children, everyone holding something to carry food in pillowcases. Dented pots, flour sacks tied into makeshift totes. You wait. For an hour, maybe 2. A boy ahead of you talks about how his family's been eating beans for 9 days straight. You wonder if he means baked beans, like the kind in cans, or dried navy beans boiled to mush. You don't ask. Instead, you say you had stew last week, leaving out the part where it was made of boiled carrots, onions, and something your mom called beef essence, which could have been bouillon or just wishful thinking. Nobody's eating well these days, but everyone pretends they are. Pride is another staple. Food fills you up, at least temporarily. Finally, your turn. A gray-haired woman in an apron gestures you forward. 1 bag per household? She says. Not unkindly. She hands you a canvas sack. You peek inside beans, rice, flour, a tin of powdered milk, and a tiny paper packet labeled dried yeast. It's Christmas morning without the tree or the heat or the presents. You thank her, even though she's already moved on to the next phase. That night, back home, dinner smells okay. Your mother has beans soaking in a pot, softening them for tomorrow. Tonight, she serves the last bit of the week's ration canned pork and beans. You get a small spoonful, carefully divided between your siblings. There's more sauce than bean, and even less pork, but the smell is strong savory, warm, tangy with tomato and a ghost of meat. You chew slowly, trying to stretch out every bite. Your fork scrapes against the enamel plate. You wish there were seconds. There's always bread. Sort of. It's more like a thick biscuit these days, coarse and chewy, made with whatever flour is left, sometimes stretched with cornmeal or even mashed potatoes to make it last. It bakes thensy, like a brick. But you don't complain. You dunk it into the bean sauce and close your eyes. For a moment, it feels indulgent. Historians still argue whether government food programs truly curbed hunger during the early years, or if communities just adapted quickly out of sheer desperation. But one thing's certain, hunger shaped the rhythm of every day. Entire families built their routines around rationing, hoarding, and preserving what little food they had. Your mom cuts mold-off bread like she's performing surgery. Nothing gets thrown out, not even crumbs. You help wash dishes with water warmed from the stove. Soap's low, but you make do. The next morning, your mother makes bean cakes for breakfast. She mashes leftover beans with flour and onions, then fries them in a pan, slicked with bacon grease from last month's, stored in a jar. and used with reverence. They smell better than they taste. Still, they're warm, and they make your cheeks feel less hollow. Lunch is more beans, this time stretched into a soup with onions, salt, and the memory of ham. You remember when bean night used to be Thursday, just once a week. Now every night is bean night, except for the occasional miracle. Like that one time, the grocer handed out dented tins of peaches that nobody else wanted. You thought you'd faint from joy. You licked the syrup off the lid. Some families aren't as lucky. There's a girl at school, Clara, whose father vanished last year looking for work in California. Her family lives in a tent near the train tracks now. She brings cold beans to school in a tobacco tin. Never complains. She once gave you a crust of bread she couldn't finish. You never forgot. There's quiet talk around town of local businessmen donating to the food pantry. People grumble that it's for show that they still sell meat at ridiculous prices, even though nobody can afford it. But every now and then, a box of bacon shows up, wrapped in butcher paper, slightly off color. You eat around the questionable bits. Salt and frying make everything taste better. By spring, your family tries to plant a small garden again. The soil's tired and gritty, but you press in seeds and onions, turnips, maybe some peas if they'll take. You water with hope. Your dad sets up a scarecrow with one of his old coats and your brother's missing glove. It's eerie, the way it sways in the wind, like a sentry guarding the fragile possibility of food. Sometimes, there's a blessing, like when your neighbor trades a sack of beans for a few eggs from someone 3 houses down. That night, your mother makes bean and egg, hash fried up with breadcrumbs, and a pinch of sage she's been saving in a jar. You can't remember the last time you tasted egg yolk. You feel it coat your tongue like silk. There's a trick people use now. It's called stretching. Not the kind you do in gym class, but culinary stretching, adding oats to ground meat to make it go farther, pouring in water to make soup serve 8 instead of 4, boiling potato peels for broth. It's not just cooking, it's survival algebra. You become a food magician without realizing it. Still, you sometimes dream about normal dinners. Fried chicken, mashed potatoes with butter, green beans not from a can, pie. You once told your little brother you'd eat 3 whole pies in one sitting if you had the chance. He didn't believe you. Then again, he's never seen one up close. As you lay down to sleep that night, your belly isn't quite full, but it's not empty either. There's a comfort in the routine now. Beans on Monday, bread and onions on Tuesday, maybe pancakes on Wednesday if the flour holds out. It's not glamorous, and it's certainly not varied, but it keeps you going. And in times like these, that's everything. The rain doesn't come. It hasn't for weeks. The clouds flirt with the sky, drifting heavy and gray, but they never break open. By now, you've stopped expecting them to. You sit on the porch with your elbows on your knees, the dry air making your throat stick together like day-old oatmeal. Your stomach growls, and not for the first time today. You try to distract yourself by watching your neighbor across the way hammer shut a henhouse that hasn't housed a hen in nearly a year. It's more a monument no one, more symbol of what used to be inside the house. You hear the clink of spoons and pans as your mother prepares lunch. You shuffle in and immediately notice the faint but unmistakable smell of ketchup. No tomatos. Ketchup. There's a different zone implies a garden. The other, a bottle that may or may not have been refilled with water to make it last. On the stove, a dented aluminum pot bubbles with what could generously be called soup. It's thinner than anything you'd get at a cafe, though cafes are mostly boarded up and red in color, though not in flavor. Ketchup soup. A Depression classic. Just hot water, ketchup, and salt if you're lucky. Sometimes an onion peel for flavor, if one's available. You stir it slowly, pretending it's tomato bisque from a fine restaurant. Maybe even add a sprinkle of pepper to convince your tongue that something interesting is happening. Historians still argue whether ketchup soup originated from diners trying to stretch their profits, or from desperate families making do with whatever they could steal off a lunch counter. Either way, it's become infamous. A culinary myth and a punchline all rolled into one. But when you're sipping it with a tin spoon, elbows on the table, hunger gnawing at your ribsit doesn't feel like a joke. It feels like something to be grateful for. Your little brother asks if there's bread. Your mother opens the cupboard and pulls out something that might have once been a heel of rye. Now, hard enough to use as a building material, she softens it in hot water, cuts it into 4 thin strips, and floats them on the surface of each bowl like sad little rafts. You eat quietly, the table creaking under everyone's elbows. Sometimes you do get creative. One evening last month, your aunt made tomato gravy, which sounded luxurious until you saw it. It was just more ketchup, flour for thickness, salt, and a knob of lard stirred until it resembled something like sauce. She poured it over stale biscuits and served it with a proud smile. And to be fair, it wasn't half bad. You went home and dreamed about it for days. Then there's banana salad, which contains neither bananas nor salad. Someone in town started calling sliced boiled potatoes mixed with mayonnaise and a pickle banana salad as a joke. And the name stuck. It's got texture, if not flavor. And hey, sometimes you even get an actual slice of pickle, a rare crunch in a world gone soft and soggy. Your neighbor misses. Hampton has a reputation for crafting full meals out of virtually nothing. She once made mock fish cakes out of mashed beans and a bit of chopped onion fried in bacon grease. They even smelled vaguely like fish if you stood far enough back and used your imagination. Another time, she served something she called meat surprise, which everyone ate carefully, suspiciously, without ever identifying the meat in question. She never revealed the secret. Some say it was squirrel. Others say it was better not to ask. You remember one Saturday when your mother declared it pancake night. There were no eggs, no milk, and the flour was half cornmeal, half breadcrumbs. But she mixed it together with water and just enough baking soda to make them puff a little on the skillet. You smothered yours in applesauce scraped from the last jar in the cellar. It tasted like joy, a brief, golden joy, before the reality set back in. There's a trick you've learned to recognize now. Every time someone says, "It's just like the real thing," you know it absolutely won't be. Mock food is the new frontier. Mock apple pie, made from Ritz crackers and sugar syrup. Mock chicken legs made from breaded rice. Mock duck made from spiced wheat gluten. It's a world of pretending, of illusions, of culinary stagecraft. You chew and nod and pretend to believe it, because pretending makes it easier. And yet, despite all the substitutions and silliness, there's something oddly comforting about it all. Meals have become performances. Your mother stands like a magician behind her stove, pulling nourishment out of thin air and stale pantry shelves. You all applaud silently with empty bowls and second helpings of whatever surprise she's cooked up that day. The town paper runs a column once a week now. Stretch that supper, with reader, submitted recipes. One woman swears by cabbage stew with vinegar and sugar. Another recommends peanut butter and onion sandwiches for protein and crunch. Your friend tried that one. He said it tasted like desperation on toast. You both laughed so hard, you forgot you were hungry. Of course, not all meals are a success. Like the infamous gelatin loaf incident of last month. Your cousin brought over a strange, shimmering brick molded from leftover vegetables, powdered gelatin, and a whole lot of misplaced confidence. You took one bite and felt like it might bite back. The texture was more alive than the ingredients ever were. Your dog wouldn't even touch Itand. This is a dog that once ate a shoe, but still, you try new things. Because there's always hope. Hope that the bread will rise just a little higher this time. Hope that the neighbor with chickens might trade an egg for a jar of pickles. Hope that this week's mock dish will fool you for one delicious moment. You help out more in the kitchen now. Not because you enjoy cooking, though there is a quiet satisfaction in stirring a pot of bean soup until it's just right, but because you've realized how hard your mother works to keep everyone fed. Even if that means turning last night's fried mush into tonight's savory corn pudding by adding half an onion and some optimism. You find humor in the weird meals now. You joke that your family's new favorite dessert is imaginary cobbler. Your dad once said he dreamed about a roast so vivid he woke up chewing on his pillow. Your little sister keeps a notebook of made-up recipes like cloud casserole and nothing stew. It's funny, in a sad kind of way, but laughter feels good, almost as good as full bellies. You know this won't last forever. Things will get better. The rains will come. The crops will return. Jobs will open up again. Until then, you've got soup made from ketchup packets and dignity held together with twine and tough love. You've got family and strange new recipes. And a town full of people pretending their dinners taste better than they do. And you've got one more spoonful of soup, cooling in the bowl, waiting patiently for your last bite. You wake to the smell of something faintly smoky and suspiciously meaty. Not kite bacon. Not kite sausage. Definitely not ham. You follow your nose to the kitchen, where your father is crouched by the stove, fork in one hand and a tiny cast-iron skillet in the other. He glances at you, and then quickly shields the pan as if he's performing black market cooking. It's a surprise, he mutters. That usually means one of two things. Either he caught something, or something got run over. The meat sizzling in the pan is unidentifiable. But it's sizzling. That's the important part. Reagisle. That's not something you've heard in weeks. It smells salty and rich, and a little like wet fur. You sit at the table, trying not to look too eager. But your stomach's already doing cartwheels. It turns out it's squirrel. Not a secret anymore. Caught it with a slingshot behind the barn at dawn. Your father speaks of it like he wrestled a dragon. You stare at the tiny, pan-fried strips on your plate. It's not much. Maybe 2 forkfuls. If you're generous with your spacing, but still actual meat. You chew slowly, savoring each bite like it might be the last protein you taste this month. You wouldn't call it delicious, but there's something primal about it. Gamey, heavy, slightly metallic, with hints of wildness that you don't get from a can of beans. It's got texture, identity, a crunch at the edge from the skillet that tastes a little like pride. Historians still argue whether meat was genuinely scarce across all regions during the Great Depression, or if it depended more on location and luck. Either way, for you, it's a rare moment. A hot, greasy bite of the outside world on your kitchen fork. But let's not get carried away. Meat is a luxury now, a memory more than a menu item. Sundays used to mean roast beef or chicken, the kind of meals that started cooking before church and perfumed the whole house by noon. These days, Sunday smells mostly like onions and regret. Your family, like many others, has developed what you call the meat illusion system. Tiny scraps of meat, often just fat or gristly, are diced and added to stews or soups to give the appearance of substance. Sometimes a bone bear and bleekus boiled with vegetables. Removed, and still revered, like a talisman. You remember once licking one clean and saving it for another boil. You're not alone. There's also the great mystery of Spam, that canned cube of industrial pink that has the texture of a pencil eraser and the flavor of salt, hope, and maybe pork. Maybe. If you're lucky enough to get your hands on a can, you guard it like treasure. It's meat with a shelf life that outlives most bank accounts. And let's not forget about bologna, the underdog of meats. You remember seeing a neighbor fry slices of it until the edges curled up like little hats. She called them meat cups and filled them with creamed peas. She served them on white bread and smiled like she was hosting a wedding brunch. You've seen stranger things in the name of survival. One man bragged about trapping and eating a raccoon. Said it tasted like pork if you didn't think about it too hard. Your uncle claims to have made jerky out of groundhog once. Gamey but filling. He said, your cousin refused to try it, claiming he saw it twitch on the clothesline. There's the unspoken agreement in many households that if it moves and isn't a family pet, it's probably fair game. And even that definition starts to stretch when times get tight. You hear rumors. A missing rabbit here. A quiet cat disappearance there. Nobody confirms anything. Everyone just shrugs and looks the other way. Your mom's not keen on wild meat. She says it smells up the house and makes her nervous. But she'll tolerate it if your dad brings something home so long as it doesn't still have eyes when he carries it in. Once, he brought home a possum. She drew the line. Said, if he cooked it, he'd eat it alone. He cooked it. He ate it alone. You never asked how it tasted. You've taken to noticing animals differently now. A fat pigeon on the power line looks less like a nuisance and more like potential. A rabbit in the field is not cute. It's edible. Your moral compass spins depending on how many cans are in the pantry. That's just how it is now. People get creative. There's a family up the road who grind old meat scraps with oatmeal to make patties they call depression burgers. No one's entirely sure what goes into them. Rumor has it, there's liver involved. You tried one once and couldn't taste anything but onions and Worcestershire sauce. But they smelled fantastic when frying. You almost didn't care. Another neighbor swears by making hot dogs out of flour, lard, and spices rolled in breadcrumbs and fried. They're not remotely convincing, but they do hold mustard well, which is something. Condiments have become the great equalizers. A splash of vinegar, a smear of mustard. Even pickle juice poured over boiled potatoes, anything that hints at taste is welcome. On your better days, you think about chicken, actual chicken, the kind with crispy skin and juicy thighs, not just neck bones tossed into broth. Once, a boy at school said his uncle worked at a poultry plant and could smuggle wings home. Everyone treated him like royalty for a week. He walked around like he'd won the lottery. Probably did, in his own way. Then there's the day someone brought actual beef to the community potluck. No one knows how. Maybe a cow died. Maybe a trade was made. Maybe someone had a cousin in the city. No one asked? It arrived in a steaming casserole under a crust of mashed potatoes. Shepherd's pea. They called it. You barely remember eating it, just that it was gone fast. And people talked about it for weeks like a legend. You notice how even the thought of meat changes how people talk. They get animated. Their eyes widen. Stories about sausage and brisket become full epics. A meal from 5 years ago is described in such detail, you can almost taste it. Food memories have become the new currency of hope. And through it all, you get by. You savor those 2 bites of squirrel. You cherish the oily streak in your bean soup that hints at bacon fat. You fantasize about steaks that don't exist. You even lick your spoon clean after eating meat-flavored rice, made with bouillon and onions. You adapt. That's what people do. Because meat or no meat, the day marches on. And so do you, belly half full. Nose red from the cold. Heart carrying the scent of something fried and fleeting. You wake with the familiar sound of metal scraping metal, your mother's spoon swirling through another bowl of batter. Only this time, something's different. There's a smell in the air that doesn't usually visit this kitchen. It's warm and spicy, and almost sweet. You shuffle to the stove, rubbing sleep from your eyes. And there it is. A cake. Sort of. Sitting proud and awkward in a dented pie tin, like a birthday without balloons. She calls it depression cake. No eggs. No milk. No butter. Nothing that would have made it truly decadent in the old days. But it rises just enough, smells just right, and makes your mouth water like it's made of chocolate and dreams. You ask what's in it. She shrugs. Flour, vinegar, baking soda, sugar from that half bag left over from Christmas, and cocoa powder, just a tablespoon or topless boiled raisins for sweetness. Raisins so old, they're more philosophical than fruity. The secret, she tells you, is boiling the raisins with the sugar and spices first, letting it cool, then folding in the dry ingredients. The vinegar and baking soda bubble up like a science experiment, giving the illusion of lightness in a cake that has no business being fluffy. And yet, here it is. You take a bite and immediately forget about every mushy potato you've eaten this month. Historians still debate whether the original wacky cake or war cake was truly invented during World War I, or if it evolved during the Great Depression out of pure necessity. Either way, it becomes a staple passed from neighbor to neighbor, like a miracle that defies food logic. You get one slice. That's the rule. No seconds. Not even for birthdays. It's cut into 7 perfect wedges, like a holy offering. Each piece sits on its own saucer, And you eat it slowly, chewing each bite exactly 14 times like it's going to be grated. Even your little brother doesn't rush. For a moment, the table is silent not from hunger, but from awe. There's something deeply satisfying about this cake. Not just the taste, but the idea of it, that in the middle of rationing, of empty shelves and missing meat, you can still make something sweet, something that feels like celebration. It's not about the calories, about the illusion of abundance. And illusions are powerful right now. Your mother pulls out a second treat. Smaller, but no less miraculous sugar cookies, made without sugar. You blink. She explains they're actually made with molasses, lard, flour, and a pinch of cinnamon. They're more like biscuits, she admits. You take a bite. They're chewy, slightly bitter, but they leave a warm taste in your mouth that makes you feel briefly rich. Later, and you head to your neighbor's house for a baking swap. Everyone brings what they've been able to make sometimes, just bread heels or leftover cornbread chunks. But today, there's something new: vinegar pie, otong, custard-like filling made from flour, sugar, eggs, if they're lucky, and, of course, vinegar. The acidity mimics the sharpness of lemons, which no one has seen in months. It's smooth, pale yellow, and surprisingly tasty. You close your eyes and pretend you're eating lemon meringue on a summer porch. The lady next to you brings mock mincemeat made from green tomatoes, apples, and cinnamon. You've heard of it but never dared try it. She swears it's just like the real thing, which, of course, means it's absolutely nothing like the real thing. But still you eat it, because it's sweet, it's warm, and it feels like trying. At night, you help clean up the kitchen. The cake pan sits empty on the counter, save for one small crumb. You swipe it with your finger and pop it in your mouth. You savor it like it's gold dust. You find yourself memorizing the recipe in your head. Just in case. You've already started your own little notebook, a patchwork of handwritten ingredient lists and ratios. Half of them scrawled sideways or scribbled from memory. You call it your "If We Ever Get Eggs Again" journal. Some days, your mother reads old recipes aloud just for fun. Chocolate layer cakes, banana cream pies, Parker House rolls. Meals that don't exist anymore, but live in her voice like fairy tales. You listen like a child at story time. Eyes wide, mouth watering at every whipped cream and caramel glaze. Your little sister draws pictures of desserts in the margins of old newspaper spies with smiley faces. Cakes wearing party hats. You tape them to the wall like goals. There's a girl in your class whose mother makes jelly without fruit. Just sugar, water, and cornstarch, with a drop of food coloring to pretend. She spreads it on cornbread and eats it with a spoon. One day she lets you taste it. It's like sweet glue. But you smile and nod. Delicious, you say, because it is. In its own weird way, you hear a story from the grocer about a woman who tried to bake a birthday cake with nothing but crushed crackers and strawberry Kool-Aid powder. The result was pink, dry, and oddly crunchy. But her kids lit a candle anyway and sang at the top of their lungs. You admire that. You start thinking about what flavor your birthday cake might be this year. Probably raisin. Maybe onion, raisin, depending on what's left in the pantry. Sometimes, your dad gets nostalgic, talks about the bakery on Main Street, where they sold sticky buns the size of your head. You've seen the building, it's just empty now, with a cracked window and a ghost of a Cakes 5-cent sign faded into the paint. He says the buns were so soft. They squished when you picked them up. You ask how soft. He holds out his hand and says, "Softer than anything we have now." You nod like you understand, even though you don't really. Dessert is memory. Dessert is luxury. Dessert is defiance. And your family clings to it with the kind of stubbornness that built barns and crossed continents, because even when everything else is missing jobs, savings. Hope you can still make a cake with no eggs and no butter and call it dessert? You go to bed thinking about it. Not the taste, but the ritual, the slicing, the waiting, the first bite. You wonder what tomorrow's meal will be. More soup. Maybe toast if there's any bread left. But that's fine, because today, you had cake, and that's more than enough. You wake up late the next morning, not because you're lazy, but because there's no school today and, frankly, there's not much else going on. The house is quieter than usual, except for the faint clatter of something going on in the kitchen. You sit up, stretch, and smell something that doesn't make sense. Is that apples? Real apples? You know that's not possible. The last time you saw a real apple was months ago, and it was bruised like it had been in a bar fight. You shuffle into the kitchen and see your aunt standing over a pie dish. She catches your look. "Mock apple pie," she says, not turning around. No apples? But tastes close enough if you don't think too hard. Oba, you blink. The pie smells like cinnamon, sugar, and something buttery. You edge closer. She's used crackers, saltiness, mashed and soaked in a sugary syrup with lemon extract, though you know for a fact she doesn't have any lemons. Or any extract, for that matter. Must be vinegar again. A sprinkle of cinnamon, some margarine, and a perfectly pinched crust on top. The magic is in the illusion. You get a slice after lunch. You take your first bite with suspicion, but pause when the flavor hits your tongue. It's not apples, but it's warm, flaky, and sweet. And your brain is kind enough to fill in the blanks. You smile, despite yourself. You're not sure if it's genius or culinary fraud. But it doesn't matter. You go in for a second bite. Mock foods become the norm. The daily charades of depression kitchens. You remember last week? When your neighbor tried to make mock chicken, using seasoned mashed beans shaped into patties and breaded with crushed cereal flakes. It squeaked a little when you bit into it, not quite meat. But not awful either. She served it with boiled cabbage and called it Sunday dinner. Everyone clapped politely. Historians still argue whether these recipes were signs of culinary resilience or tragic adaptations born from neglect. You think it's both. Because while you might laugh at the idea of onion gravy on toast, you also scrape the pan clean when it's served. There's no room for pride when your stomach's louder than your opinions. Tonight, your mother brings out another surprise. Economy loaf. She mixes lentils, breadcrumbs, chopped onions, and a little beef fat. If she can get it, presses it into a loaf pan and bakes it like meatloaf. The house smells incredible. You know there's no actual meat in it, But that's okay. The smell is half the joy. When dinner's ready, she slices it carefully, laying each piece like it's a trophy. The outside is crispy, the inside soft and savory. You drizzle a bit of ketchup on top and pretend it's prime rib. The texture's just chewy enough to fool your teeth. And for a few minutes, you forget you've been living on beans and mush. You hear whispers from other families, each with their own brand of culinary theater. Someone in town makes mock duck seasoned dough, baked in lard and sliced thin. Another family layers potatoes and onions with flour and water and calls it scalloped. It's all food, pretending to be other food. And you're totally fine with that. There's a woman in church who swears by her eggless custard. She makes it with cornstarch, milk powder, sugar, and a drop of yellow food digest to give it the right color. You try it one Sunday during the fellowship hour. It's wobbly and weirdly smooth, but not bad. You lick the spoon clean and ask for the recipe. Your little sister starts hosting tea parties with mock tea. She pours warm water over dried dandelion leaves and calls it chamomile. She invites her dolls, who all get their own thimbles filled with the brew. You play along, sitting on a footstool with your pinky in the air, sipping the bitter leaf water like it's Earl Grey in a fancy parlor. You begin to appreciate the lengths your family and neighbors go to create these edible illusions. It's not just about eating. It's about hope, ritual, and pretending the world hasn't unraveled around you. These recipes become family heirlooms less about taste and more about survival through storytelling. You hear your aunt say, "Your grandma used to make this in the last bad winter," as she stirs a pot of gravy made from water, flour, and bacon grease. You nod solemnly, because now you're part of the lineage. Sometimes, the illusions work too well. Like the butter your mother makes by whipping lard with a bit of salt and yellow coloring. You spread it on toast and forget for a moment that it's not the real thing. Then someone brings real butter to a potlucks, muggled in from a cousin in the city, and suddenly everything you thought you knew about toast is thrown into question. You spend afternoons collecting odd recipe ideas from anyone willing to share. Your notebook grows thicker, filled with recipes like potato fudge, which is exactly what it sounds like. Mayonnaise cake, strangely moist. And oatmeal meatballs. Don't ask. Some of them turn out decent. Others, less so. Like the cornmeal sausage that turned into a dry log of sadness, or the cabbage pancakes that smelled like feet. But even the failures bring laughter. You learn to laugh at burnt bottoms and collapsing loaves. At cakes so dry you need water with every bite. One time, you tried to make ice cream by mixing snow with evaporated milk and sugar. It worked for 3 glorious minutes before melting into a cold soup. Still worth it. The radio becomes your secret weapon. Every Saturday afternoon, a woman named Aunt Martha hosts a show called Kitchen Magic, reading aloud letters from listeners and offering advice for feeding a family of 6 with whatever scraps are left in the larder. She reads slow and sweet, like your favorite aunt telling bedtime stories. You take notes. You try her recipe for tomato gravy over biscuit, surprisingly decent. You trust her more than most grown-ups these days. She once said, "If you can trick your tongue, you can feed your heart." That line sticks with you. You write it on the inside cover of your notebook. You think maybe when all this ends, you'll write a cookbook of your own. Call it something cheeky, like Better than nothing, or the joy of boiling things twice. As night falls, you flip back through your recipes and mark the ones that brought the most joy. Depression cake. Of course, vinegarpie, mock apple. Even the lentil loaf gets a star. You hum to yourself and lick a finger that still smells faintly of cinnamon and cracker crumbs. You go to bed not feeling full, exactly but satisfied. Fullness is too ambitious a goal these days. Satisfaction, though, that you can work with a little sugar, a little spice, a whole lot of pretending, and somehow you make it through another day with your head held high and your belly quietly thankful. You wake to the clatter of metal against wood and the gentle fuzz of static humming through the living room. The radio is on crackling, whistling, hissing like it's boiling with secrets. Your father fiddles with the dial. A deep crease between his brows. The voice that finally cuts through sounds tinny and cheerful, utterly out of place in the sagging corners of your kitchen. Good morning, homemakers. This is Clara May with your daily kitchen inspiration, brought to you by the fine folks at Golden Meal Flour. Clara May is all bright vowels and unwavering optimism. You can almost picture her. Pearls, apron, lipstick, somehow still available during rationing. She makes everything sound easy. Today, we're making dandelion jelly. That's right, jelly. From your very own backyard, you glance outside, eyeing the scraggly patch of weeds by the fence, a jelly garden. Apparently, who knew? Your mother doesn't roll her eyes, which is saying something. She actually listens. You both do, because sometimes, when hope feels thin as broth, a cheerful voice on the radio offering magic with weeds is exactly what you need. The recipe is simple. Dandelion petals, sugar, lemon juice, and pectin, though nobody you know has pectin anymore. Your mom says she can try using extra lemon and a bit of cornstarch. You head outside with a chipped mug and start picking yellow heads one by one, fingers sticky with green. Later, the kitchen smells vaguely floral and faintly citrusy, which is an upgrade from its usual scent of boiled onions and tired. The jelly sets, sort of. It's runnier than store-bought, but glossy, golden, and surprisingly, not terrible. You eat it on saltine crackers and call it dessert. Your sister names it sunshine jelly. You nod. Seems fair. Historians still debate whether radio homemakers like Clara May were agents of true empowerment or subtle enforcers of coping mechanisms. But you don't care about the politics of broadcast optimism. You care that it makes your mother smile while she scrapes the last bits of jelly into a jar she labels in blue pencil. For Sunday, you know that means it's special. These voices on the air become lifelines. Not just Clara Mather's Miss Betty's Kitchen Hour, Chef Louie's 5-cent dinners, even a show where a man reads old recipes from the 1800s like bedtime stories. You tune in for every one. You scribble ingredients in margins. You fantasize about the day you'll actually have enough eggs to try a custard. Sometimes, the recipes are laughably out of reach. Take 6 egg yolks, a pint of cream, and a full stick of butter, you hear your mother mutter. And a trip to Paris while we're at it. But most days, the suggestions are doable, or at least adjustable. Bean and bread casserole, cornmeal waffles, Potato hash with vinegar sauce. You build an entire meal plan off a week's worth of radio chatter. Your father is more skeptical. Says a lot of it is advertising. And he's not wrong. Every broadcast ends with a pitch. Remember, golden meal for golden mornings. Or, there's no biscuit like a Sunbeam biscuit. You don't have money for branded flour. But the jingles stick in your head like gum. You hum them while sweeping the floor. And catch yourself singing. Rise and shine with fluff, oh lard, on the way to the outhouse. You wonder if jingles are a form of survival. 2. One afternoon, the station holds a contest. Write in your most inventive depression recipe and win a year's subscription to the Homemaker's Monthly. Your mother laughs. But you start scribbling immediately. You submit a page-long description of your magic breadless pudding made from oats, water, cinnamon, and stewed apple cores. You don't expect to win. But 2 weeks later, a postcard arrives. You're the runner-up. They print your recipe in the paper for the first time in months. Your whole family cheers at a mailbox. After that, you feel something shift. Food becomes not just a matter of scraping by, but of experimenting. Like a game. You and your siblings try cooking contests on rainy afternoons. Who can make the best dessert from just 3 ingredients? Who can disguise beans the most convincingly? Your little brother once rolled mashed potatoes into balls, dusted them with cocoa powder, and told you they were truffles. You laughed so hard, you almost choked. You host your own radio show, using a toilet paper roll as a microphone. You narrate as you stir a pot of turnip stew. And now, dear listeners, add a pinch of mystery spice. What is it? We don't know. It fell in from the shelf. Your sister collapses into a fit of giggles while pretending to take listener calls. Caller number 3 asks, "Why does your soup smell like socks?" Great question. Caller. Even your parents smile at your performances. Laughter, like flour, gets stretched thin these days. But when it comes, it rises like bread in a warm kitchen. You hear about other kids listening to the same shows, trading radio recipes at school like baseball cards. One boy brings in a handwritten list of top 5 radio desserts, complete with a drawing of a smiling Clara May. Another girl brags her family tried a peanut soup recipe from Chef Louis. You ask how it was. She shrugs. Tasted like hot peanut butter. We ate it anyway. Oh. There's something about food on the radio that makes it feel real. Even when your cupboards are bare. A voice promising you can turn leftovers into a miracle. Weeds into jelly. Or oatmeal into cake at lights. A little candle in your brain. You hang on to it. Especially on the days when the wind is bitter and the pantry sighs with emptiness. One night, your mother tries depression donuts after hearing about them on Miss Betty's show. No eggs. No yeast. Just flour. Sugar. A splash of vinegar. And a bit of baking soda. She fries them in old lard until they puff just enough, then dusts them with powdered sugar from the bottom of an old tin. They're chewy and a little greasy and utterly perfect. You eat too. Then lick your fingers clean. The next week, do you make your own contribution? You write to the station under a fake name, Little Chef from Dust Hollow. You share your recipe for crispy onion toast, which is just stale bread brushed with onion water and toasted until it bites back. You never hear back. But every time the announcer says, "And now, a recipe from one of our listeners," you lean in and hold your breath. Just in case, you wonder if the other voices out there feel like you dough-tired, but still trying, hungry, but still hopeful, turning their kitchens into stages where they can pretend, even for one meal, that they're still living in a world with cream puffs and ham. And so, every time the radio crackles on, you perk up, because maybe today's the day they read your recipe, or mention something you actually have in the pantry, or tell a joke that makes your mother laugh until she cries. Either way, it's worth tuning in. You spend the morning kneeling in dirt. Real, cracked, stubborn dirt. The kind that clings to your fingernails, like it doesn't trust your intentions. You're holding a bent spoon in one hand and a can of string bean seeds in the other. You dig shallow holes, one after the other, planting each seed like it's a pearl, because in this economy, it might as well be. Welcome to the world of the home garden. Scratch that welcome to survival. One beet at a time. You glance over at your father, who's wrestling with the old rototiller. It hasn't worked properly in 2 seasons, but he keeps kicking it like it owes him rent. Your little sister toddles behind with a rusted watering can filled from the rain barrel, sprinkling water like she's blessing the earth. She sings as she goes, off-key and loud. You don't correct her. Singing feels revolutionary these days. This is your second attempt at a vegetable patch. The first time, last year, the soil blew away in a dust storm, and the only thing that grew was disappointment. But this year, you're trying again. Everyone is. The town square has been dug up and converted into rows of crooked garden beds, seed yards, schoolyards, church lawns. Anything with sun is fair game now. Someone even planted radishes in an old canoe behind the hardware store. You call it the S. Salad. Historians still argue whether these early Depression gardens were the precursors to the victory gardens of World War II or just parallel examples of common sense blooming under pressure. Either way, there's something poetic about desperate people turning to dirt for hope. You die. You plant. You pray to the god of legumes. You remember hearing on the radio that carrots grow best if you whisper to them. You give it a try, mumbling, encouraging words while you cover the seeds. Grow strong. Be tasty. Don't eat. You don't know if it helps, but it can't hurt. Your mother says a garden is like a church. You give it faith, water, and patience, and it gives you a reason to keep getting out of bed. There's a sort of garden camaraderie forming in town. People trade seeds, barter, compost, and swap horror stories about cabbage worms. You learn that eggshells sprinkled in a circle keep slugs away, and that marigolds planted near tomatoes confuse the bugs. You write all this down in the back pages of your food notebook, next to your recipe for potato peel soup. One afternoon, you carry a handful of green beans down the street to Mrs. Klein, the widow who always smells like mothballs and cloves. She thanks you with 2 onions and a tiny jar of pickled beets. It's the most balanced exchange you've made all month. Barter is the new currency. Some people trade lettuce for soap. Others swap zucchini for boot polish. Your friend got his bike chain oiled in exchange for 6 turnips and a promise to weed the neighbor's plot. Your own garden begins to sprout timid little greens. Radishes are first fast, red, bitter. Then come scraggly lettuces, crooked as question marks. The onions look promising, though your potatoes remain moody and stubborn. Every evening, you walk the rows like a general inspecting troops. You swat at grasshoppers, yank out intruding weeds, and whisper, "Don't you dardy on me." By July, things start to look respectable. You've even got cucumbers growing along a wobbly string trellis that's held together with hope and 3 clothespins. Your family celebrates the first full harvest with what your mom calls a garden supper. Sliced tomatoes sprinkled with salt, wilted greens dressed in vinegar, radishes in cold water, and boiled green beans served plain. It's not steak. It's not even stew. But it's fresh. It's crunchy. And it feels like victory. You notice how the meals begin to shift. Less from the pantry. More from the soil. Soup no longer starts with a can, it starts with a basket. You walk barefoot through the backyard, lifting leaves, checking for slugs, pretending you're a gourmet chef on a cooking show. And now, you announce to no one? We take 3 baby carrots. A suspicious potato. And a slightly bruised squash, et voila. Sometimes your garden gives you more than you expect. One morning, you find 5 cucumbers hiding beneath the vines like smug green submarines. Your mother claps her hands when you lay them on the counter. She slices them into thin rounds and packs them in vinegar with sugar and a pinch of dill. By dinner, they're sweet and sharp and gone in 5 minutes. There's joy in this rhythm planting, tending, harvesting, eating. Even the failures have flavor, like the time your beets grew in odd shapes that made everyone laugh, or when the tomatoes ripened unevenly and looked like bruised toes. You slice them anyway, sprinkle salt, and serve them with a side of pride. Your brother takes to drawing labels for all the plants. He tapes them to popsicle sticks and sticks them in the soil. Sir Radish, Count Cucumber, the Earl of Lettuce. You all start referring to the garden like it's nobility. Is the Earl looking peaky today? Lady Squash has exploded again. You learn how to can and pickle. Your mother teaches you to boil jars, seal lids, and listen for the pop. That means success. The shelves begin to line with jar samber. Crimson, green, gold. Each one a trophy. A bank of flavor saved for winter. She calls it bottling summer. You call it insurance. Even the neighborhood kids get in on the gardening. One kid grows peas in an old wash tub. Another has a single tomato plant in a coffee can. You trade clippings and cuttings. Someone hosts a longest bean contest, and the winner gets a shoelace and half a candy bar. You lose, but it's the most fun you've had all week. Sometimes, a garden gives more than food. It gives purpose, structure, a place to go when the world feels gray. You find yourself outside, even when it's too hot, too dry, or too windy. You crouch among the vines like you're part of them now. Rooted and stubborn, you start to believe in miracles, in small green ones that sprout when you least expect them, in the fat worm that helps your soil, in the way a dry seed splits open and becomes dinner. It's not just gardening anymore. It's salvation with a hoe and a watering can. And when winter comes, and the vines shrivel, and the ground freezes again, you'll remember this. The way your garden fought back. The way you fed your family with your own 2 hands. The way a tomato, warm from the sun, could make a meal feel like a feast. You're not even hungry yet, but your mother's already making lunch. It's the kind of preemptive cooking that happens when you don't really know how long the coal will last, or how many hours you'll have electricity, if any at all. The stove creaks like it's judging your optimism, and a pot sits simmering with something vaguely familiar inside. You peek under the lid and see bread. Fried bread. The glorious leftovers of yesterday's breakfast. Now crisped to a golden brown and served up like treasure. The bread had been dry to begin with. Crust thick as boot leather. Edges cracked like old wallpaper. But this morning, your mother dipped the slices in water, yes. Water and a bit of salt. Then fried them in a pan, lightly greased with yesterday's bacon drippings. That teaspoon of fat is doing more heavy lifting than most gym rats. You breathe in deeply. It smells like warmth, salt, and faintly of bacon, though there hasn't been real bacon in the house for months. You grab a plate and sit at the table as the slices hiss in the pan. Each one is a different shape. Irregular. As the past year, when she slides yours on the plate, you fold it in half and crunch into it. It's crispy on the edges, soft in the middle, and seasoned only with gratitude. It's a reminder that with enough heat and creativity, even cardboard bread can become a luxury. Leftovers have become the new main course. Nothing gets tossed. Not crumbs. Not crusts. Not the last smudge of lard from the jar. Every scrap becomes a new thing. Bread becomes soup thickener. Soup becomes gravy. Gravy becomes filling for a potato pocket. Your mother jokes she's cooking in reverse. Instead of planning meals and dealing with leftovers, she starts with leftovers and works backward into a meal. There's a whole genre of cooking now built around this method. A slice of dry cornbread gets crumbled into milk to make mush. Old biscuits are halved, buttered with lard or margarine, and rebaked into what she calls twice-born buns. Cold rice becomes rice pancakes. And you become a connoisseur of the reimagined, an aficionado of the almost edible. Historians still argue whether this era created a new kind of cuisine or simply amplified old traditions of thriftiness, passed down by grandmothers who never threw anything away. You lean toward the latter. There's an art to turning nothing into something, and your family's getting very good at it. Last night's bean soup, thickened with flour and poured over toast to make a new dish your mom calls gravy bread. The day before, you had mashed potatoes scooped into onion skins and baked again, served with a dash of pepper and a prayer. It's like playing culinary tetrastaking what doesn't fit and turning it into a line. You get used to planning meals like puzzles. If you make rice and beans on Monday, then you can mash the leftovers into cakes on Tuesday. Serve them with gravy on Wednesday, and stuff them into cabbage leaves on Thursday. By Friday, you've forgotten what the original dish was. And that's okay. It means you're surviving. Some nights, your mother makes stone soup. Not in the metaphorical sense. She actually drops a clean stone into the pot. Just like the folktale says, it's her way of involving the younger kids, turning dinner into a story. This stone will make the soup magical, she whispers, and suddenly a few onions and carrot peels seem like a feast. Your sister insists on naming the stone. You let her. Anything that keeps her smiling is worth it. You once heard someone say, leftovers are just future meals waiting to happen. You'd laugh if it weren't so true. One time, you found a chunk of boiled potato in your coat, pocata, remnant of a lunch you didn't finish. Instead of tossing it, you diced it into a pan, added a spoonful of beans, and voila, stew for one. You called it pocket surprise. You ate it with a fork and a grin. People in the neighborhood start exchanging tips on how to revive food long past its prime. Mrs. Delaney, 3 doors down, swears by soaking stale bread in vinegar and sugar, then frying it with onions. Tastes like meat, she declares. It doesn't, but it does taste like something, and that's usually enough. Your uncle once made coffee cake without coffee or cake, just old donuts soaked in milk, mashed with sugar and cinnamon, then baked in a tin. The texture was challenging. The flavor was chaotic. But the smell? Oh, the smell was glorious. It filled the kitchen with the illusion of abundance. You find that the secret ingredient in most depression dishes is denial. Denial that this used to be something else. Denial that it's mostly made from what no one wanted. Denial that it's the same thing you ate yesterday. You season it liberally with laughter, a touch of fantasy, and a whole lot of inventiveness. There's also a dark kind of thrill in reusing food, like you're outsmarting the system, like you're bending time. Yesterday's oatmeal becomes today's muffins. This morning's eggless pancakes become tonight's sandwich bread. You even save pickle juice to season boiled potatoes. Your taste buds have adjusted to the bitterness. They call it character. Even bones get a second life. You boil them once for broth, then again for stock. If they still hold together, you dry them out and grind them into powder for the garden. Nothing dies without serving 2 or 3 purposes first. You imagine your mother whispering to the bones like a priest, thanking them for their service. There's a saying in your house now. It's not trash, it's tomorrow's lunch. You say it like a joke, but it's a mantra. Every jar, every crust, every spoonful left in the pan is scraped, saved, repurposed. Your fridge really just a box in the coldest corner of the porches filled with tiny tins and jars labeled with chalk. Soup base, gravy helper, stew mystery. And despite all this scrimping, the food doesn't feel pitiful. It feels earned, like you're part of a great game of kitchen survival. And every day you win is a day you eat. There's pride in that. A strange sort of triumph. Not full bellies, but fed ones. Not feasts, but fuel. You go to bed that night after a dinner of leftover mashed potatoes baked into something resembling a casserole, layered with fried onions and breadcrumbs made from crackers. You don't know what to call it, but you eat 2 helpings. It warms your chest. It sticks to your ribs. It makes you forget, for a while, that it used to be nothing special. That's the thing about leftovers now. They're not just what remains. They're what's become. You're walking to the church basement, with your arms wrapped around a chipped porcelain dish, warm through the towel covering it, and heavy with, well, something. You're not entirely sure what's in it. You watched your mother stir and layer and mutter over it for an hour, adding pinches of this and shreds of that, like she was casting a culinary spell. Casserole, she said, with that half-smile that means she's both proud and bracing for judgment. You carry it carefully, like it might explode or fall apart, or suddenly reveal itself to be entirely made of breadcrumbs. The church potluck is a monthly event now, not just a social gathering, but a food sharing, luck spreading, collective wish that someone has figured out how to turn onions and flour into magic. The tables in the basement are covered with old linens and mismatched cutlery, and there's always a faint smell of boiled something lingering from the church kitchen. You place your dish down beside a suspiciously shiny bowl of salad that looks mostly like canned peas and mayonnaise. You take a moment to survey the offerings. It's a haul of edible curiosity mystery loaves, puddings made from rice and raisins, suspicious meat patties that smell like fish but could just as easily be breadcrumbs and hope, and, of course, casserole. Lots of casseroles. You don't ask what's in any of them. It's an unspoken rule. Mystery is half the flavor. You ladle a little of everything onto your plate. A spoonful of the beige goo topped with potato chips. A slice of something brown with a shiny glaze and raisins. A blob of gray that tastes like turkey, but chews like shoe leather. You chew with determination. Everyone does. Because no one dares waste a bite. Not here. Your mother's dish is a hit. Whatever she did, layering mashed beans, dried corn, stolly crackers, and a whisper of mustard worked. Several people ask what it is. She just says, Tuesday surprise. Someone writes that down like it's a real recipe. Church potlucks have become the town's unofficial food laboratory. Every month, someone unveils a new creation. Peanut butter stew made with broth and pasta. Potato sausage, molded from leftover mash and fried onions. Fruit salad featuring canned pineapple, shredded carrots, and a generous helping of imagination. You applaud each one. Literally. At the end of every meal, people clap not because it's fancy, but because it's finished. There's a comfort in eating with others who understand the grind. You watch a woman take 3 bites of something rubbery, smile graciously, then sneak the rest into her napkin. You do the same with a particularly gelatinous rice loaf. It's not disrespect, it's self-preservation. Historians still debate whether these community meals were more about sustenance or morale. But sitting shoulder to shoulder with your neighbors, chewing on something unidentifiable, but warm. It's clear it's both. These meals feed your belly and remind you that you're not alone in this mess. Everyone's scraping. Everyone's improvising. There's always music. 2. Someone brings a harmonica. Sometimes there's a dusty piano that still mostly works. People sing. Mostly hymns. But also old folk songs that speak of rivers and railroads and breadlines. You sing. 2. Mouth half full of mystery casserole and memories of better meals. After the food, there's coffee. Not real coffee. Of course, it's chicory or roasted barley or, once, burnt toast steeped in hot water, but it's served in mugs, handed out with quiet dignity, and sipped like it's imported from Italy. You cradle your cup like it's gold. Kids run around while the adults scrape dishes and swap stories. One man claims he caught a fish using only a paper clip and a prayer. Another swears by frying cabbage with a pinch of sugar, says it tastes like caramel if you squint hard enough. You laugh. Not because it's funny, but because it feels good to pretend it is. You hear a whispered recipe behind you. Liver pudding made with oats. Spam upside-down cake. Carrot and vinegar pie. You don't write them down, but you file them away in your brain, just in case. These potlucks are also a barter ground. You overhear quiet trades: eggs for flour, sugar for soap, bacon grease for sewing needles. Everything has value now. Even the tin foil someone brought to wrap leftovers is eyed like treasure. You slip an extra spoonful of beans into your pocket for your dog. No one minds. There's a table near the back with a few extra tins of food donated and shared. New questions asked. Someone leaves behind a can of peaches. It disappears within minutes. No shame. No judgment. Just understanding. Hunger has a way of softening people's edges. You help clean up at the end. Stacking plates. Wiping tables. The dish you brought home is empty, scraped clean. You beam a little. It's a silent badge of honor. Your sister trails behind. Clutching a half-eaten cookie, someone slipped her. She nibbles it like it's made of diamonds. As you walk home, the sky pink and blue with the last light of day. Your belly feels warm. Not full. Never quite full. But warm. Your hands smell like onions and vinegar. Your hair smells like smoke from the church kitchen stove. And you feel just for tonight like things might be okay. You realize, too, that you've started to love the weirdness of these meals. The unpredictability. The surprise of textures and flavors. It's not fine dining, it's food roulette. Sometimes you win. Sometimes you politely chew and swallow without blinking. But always, you're grateful. Your family starts planning next month's dish on the way home. Your mother suggests a rice and cabbage bake. Your father jokes about meatless meatballs. You suggest potato pie. And your sister claps her hands like you just said ice cream. You sleep that night with the smell of celery seeds still in your nose, and dreams of a world where casseroles are still weird, but not desperate. Just delicious. You wake up early, long before the sun even thinks about rising. And your first thought is whether there'll be soup today. Not the good kind, no one's seen that in years, but the thin, watery, tomato-based stuff they serve at school. You don't even hate it anymore. You crave it. You look forward to the warmth, to something that slides into your belly and says, "Hey, at least you've eaten." You dress quickly, pulling your arms into a sweater that's more holes than wool. Now, you lace up your shoes, the same ones from last year, now lined with cardboard to keep your socks from scraping the inside. And then you walk 5 miles, maybe more. The roads are quiet. The wind, sharp. And your fingers stay curled in your sleeves. Your breath forms little clouds, each puff disappearing before you can think too hard about it. At school, the teacher opens the doors early, not because she has to, but because she knows what you're here for. So do the others. The kids file in with red cheeks, cold noses, and hopeful stomachs. Everyone's pretending it's about learning. But really, it's about lunch. The school cafeteria isn't much, just a back room with a stove and a few folding tables, but it smells better than anywhere else in town most days. On good days, there's soup. On great days, there's bread. And if the heavens align, and some charity drop-off arrives from a big city, there might even be apples or peanut butter. You sit down on a splintered bench, gripping a tin spoon you brought from home. The cook, Mrs. Lantry, a former teacher, herself pours out your portion. Thin tomato soup, barely red, mostly hot water and onions. But it steams, and that's what matters. She smiles at you, like she knows it's not enough, but hopes the kindness helps. It kind of does. Historians still argue whether Depression-era school lunch programs saved more children nutritionally or psychologically. But to you, it's clear, this little bowl of soup means everything. It means your stomach won't growl through the afternoon lesson. It means you'll be able to focus just enough to spell dandelion correctly, to recite your arithmetic without tears. It means survival. Sometimes, the soup has Pastatini alphabet letters that float around like edible encouragement. You fish them out one by one, making words on your spoon. Hope. Eat. Soup. Once, you managed to spell better. You remember that day well? It felt like a prophecy. Next to you, a boy named Frank eats in silence. You know he's been skipping breakfast. His dad left last month to look for work and hasn't sent word since. Frank's shirt is too big now, hanging off his shoulders like a ghost of better days. He eats fast, almost defensively, like someone might take it from him. You slow your own pace, just to feel something. On Fridays, if there's enough left over, the school hands out bread, thick slices, no butter, just soft white bread cut from government-issued loaves. You stash your slice in your coat pocket. You know it'll be your dinner tonight. Your mother will smile when you bring it home. Tear it into thirds. Toast it over the stove, and sprinkle it with salt like seasoning from another planet. There's a bulletin board in the school hallway now, covered in nutrition news clippings. Someone's trying to teach the science of food vitamins, daily values, the wonders of milk. You laugh under your breath. No one's had a glass of milk in months. The posters show happy cartoon carrots and dancing grains of wheat. You wonder if those carrots know how hard it is to grow anything now. You try not to feel bitter. The bitterness doesn't feed you. But some days, it creeps in. Like when a classmate brags about her uncle in Chicago sending canned ham, or when someone's dad gets a job at the city mill and their family suddenly starts bringing sandwiches with actual meat. You smile and nod, but the tightness in your chest doesn't go away. Still, you stay grateful, because your school is one of the lucky ones. Some kids you know walk miles just for a dry crust or a single apple slice shared among three. Your cousin in Nebraska says their school can't serve anything but boiled oats. Every day. No salt, no butter. Just baigumush in a bowl. You trade stories like they're war tales. You lie and say you love the soup, that it tastes like home. One afternoon, a woman from the government visits the school. She wears a tidy gray suit and shiny shoes that click across the tile like punctuation. She watches you all eat. She asks questions. She nods. Then she leaves. No one knows what she was looking for. You wonder if she's ever eaten ketchup soup or stored bread crusts under her pillow. Later, you find a note in your cubby. It's from your teacher. She's written down a recipe for milkless hot chocolate water. Sugar, a teaspoon of cocoa, and a sprinkle of salt. For when things get tough, she adds, things are already tough. But you thank her anyway. You go home that evening with your slice of bread. Your fingers stiff. Your cheeks raw from the wind. Your mother takes the bread without a word, slices it carefully, and makes toast in the oven. She rubs it with a cut clove of garlic and adds a spoonful of beans on top. You eat it slowly, savoring the flavors that barely exist but still feel like dinner. You tell her about the soup, the woman in the gray suit, the note from the teacher. She nods. Sounds like you had a feast. She says. You don't correct her. At night, you dream of that soup again. But in your dream, it's thicker, creamy. It has noodles and herbs and maybe even cheese. You wake up and smile. Even your dreams are rationed now. You fall back asleep. Belly quiet. Mind floating on alphabet letters. Tomato steam. And the faint, stubborn belief that tomorrow will bring another bowl. You lie in bed, listening to your stomach hum. Not a growl. Exactly more like a gentle protest. The kind of sound it makes when it knows food is coming. But maybe not for a while. You stare up at the ceiling, tracing cracks with your eyes, thinking about lunch before you've even had breakfast. Not out of greed, but out of calculation, like playing chess with your pantry. Today's plan is the 5-cent feast. That's what your dad calls it. Half as a joke and half as a battle cry. 5 cents if you're lucky. If you're frugal, if you know how to stretch every crumb and every drop of grease left in the can, you roll out of bed, pull on your patched trousers, and pad into the kitchen, where your mom already has the pan on the stove. In goes a scoop of rice boiled yesterday. Now, stiff and clumped, scraped from the pot like cold plaster. Then chopped onions, just a sliver, from a bulb so small it could be mistaken for a garlic clove. She tosses them in like she's dealing cards, quick and confident. A sprinkle of salt follows. Then a spoonful of lard, the real star of this particular show. The onions hit the fat with a quiet sizzle. And, for a second, the kitchen smells almost decadent. You stand in the doorway, watching the mix dance in the heat. Your mother stirs it all together, mashing and scraping and flipping until it looks like something between a hash and a memory. She serves it in bowls still warm from washing. The kind of bowls that are more chips than ceramic at this point. You take your spoon and dig in. It's salty, savory, with just enough bite from the onions to remind you that flavor exists. You chew slowly, making every bite count. Your little sister asks for seconds. There aren't any. Historians still argue whether this era taught people to cook better or simply to survive with less. You think it's a little of both. You wouldn't serve this rice and onion dish at a party. But it gets you to dinner. It's not cuisine. It's strategy. Your dad calls it hobo hash. Says when he was a boy, they made it with oats and fatback and whatever greens they could dig out of the yard. You haven't lived until you've eaten dandelion 3 days in a row. He chuckles. You believe him. You're on day 5. Lunch comes early today, not because you're impatient, but because you're hungry again. and the light from the window says, almost noon. Even if the clock disagrees. Your mom brings out a pan of what she calls depression pizza. It's a sheet of stale bread, flattened and topped with tomato paste, thinned with water, a dash of dried oregano, and 2 slices of onion, arranged like decorative flowers. She sprinkles it with breadcrumbs for crunch. No cheese. Of course, cheese hasn't happened since Hoover was president. You fold your slice like it's a New York slice and take a big bite. It's chewy, tangy, vaguely Italian. You smile. Best pizza I've ever had. You say, and you mean it? Your mom rolls her eyes, but she's smiling. 2. You learn how to stretch meals like elastic. Take 1 potato and turn it into 3 dishes. Grate it raw into a skillet for latke-style cakes. Boil the peelings into broth for soup. Save the water you cooked it in to knead the next loaf of bread. Waste becomes ingredient. Cooking becomes math. Everything has to carry double the weight it used to. You've started calling leftovers second editions. You write it in your notebook? Second edition stew, 2 carrots. Yesterday's rice. 1 mystery can from the pantry. Salt. Water. And a whole lot of stirring. Your mother lets you help more now. She trusts your instinct. You've developed a nose for stretchable food. One time, you make a dish on your own. A sort of pancake. Made from cornmeal, onion, water, and a pinch of baking soda. You fry it in a pan until it crisps at the edges. You serve it proudly. Your dad takes a bite and says, "Son, this tastes like survival." You beam. Dinner is simpler. Rice again. This time thinned into a soup with leftover broth from the Sunday beans. Plus 1 wilting carrot, diced within an inch of its life. You stir in a bit of margarine for gloss. And some pepper from a packet someone brought back from town. It's warm. Filling. Quiet. You eat it in silence, except for the occasional clink of a spoon against the bowl. Afterward, you gather the scraps what little's left and tuck them away in a tin for tomorrow. You label it with masking tape. Rice Tuesday. You date it like it's an official document. Because these leftovers matter. These scraps have plans. You spend part of the evening organizing the pantry. What's left of it? A single can of hominy. Half a bag of flour. 1 packet of dried soup mix barley. Maybe you inventory it like a soldier counting rations. Every crumb is a decision. Every spoonful. A story. You wonder what it's like in the cities. You've heard rumors of soup kitchens giving out hot meals, real ones. With meat and potatoes. You've also heard they run out before noon. That fights break out over bread lines. You're glad. In a strange way. To be here. With your rice and onions and your family and your empty bowls that still get refilled barely. Before bed. You boil more rice. Just a little. Enough for tomorrow's breakfast. Your mom adds a spoonful of sugar of the last and stirs it through until the rice shines. You each get a small bowl. Sweet rice. Dessert. By any other name. You eat slowly. Thinking of the pies in old recipe books. Of the pastries you used to see in the bakery window. Now long boarded up. You go to bed warm. Not full. Not close. But warm. You dream of rice fields, of onions, big as baseballs, of lard that never runs out, and bread that doesn't break your teeth. You dream of a future where 5 cents buys more than a bowl of hope. But for now, 5 cents buys dinner, and that's enough. You're standing in the kitchen, holding a plate of warm biscuits like they're bars of gold. They're not even real biscuits, not the fluffy, buttery kind you see in cookbooks or remember from long-gone Sundays. These are flatter, denser, made from whatever flour's left, and a spoonful of lard that was saved in a tin for weeks. They've got little cracks on top and smell faintly of salt and heat. And right now, they're the most valuable thing in the house. Today is barter day. That's what your mother calls it when you take extra baked good sassaming you've even managed to trade them with the neighbors. It's part routine, part ritual. You tuck the biscuits into a clean towel-lined basket and head down the lane, walking slow to avoid jostling them. Each step feels like you're guarding treasure. Because you kind of are. The first stop is Mrs. Burnell's house. She lives alone, but somehow manages to grow the plumpest onions in the county. You knock. She peers out the window, recognizes you, then opens the door with a toothy grin. "You're just in time," she says, holding up a bundle of greens tied with twine, dandelion, and a bit of beet top. Good for soup. You hand over 2 biscuits. She smells them, sighs like she's at a fancy restaurant, and waves you off. Next, you head to the Dunn's place. They've got chicken swell. Too so when the stars align. There's an egg to be had. Today, you get lucky. Mr. Dunn stands on the porch, holding one in his palm, like it's made of crystal. "Still warm," he says proudly. You trade it for 3 biscuits and a nod of respect. That egg will be tomorrow's breakfast, scrambled with onion, stretched with milk, if you can find any. But right now, it's the future, nestled carefully in your coat pocket. Bartering isn't just about food. Sometimes it's soap for sugar, or old socks for a jar of pickled beets. Once, your mother traded half a pie, made from turnips and vinegar, for a bolt of cloth that became curtains and handkerchiefs, and eventually a shirt. You've learned to look at everything in the house with new eyes. Is it edible? Tradable? Reusable? You once swapped a handful of biscuits for a book of recipes. It's handwritten in pencil, pages yellowed and smudged, filled with Depression-era miracles like water pie and cracker fritters. You guard it like a sacred text. The first thing you tried was emergency dumplings flour. Water, salt, fried in bacon fat. They were chewy, bland, and absolutely perfect. Your siblings called them pillow bread. The name stuck. Historians still argue whether this informal economy of trade and barter helped rural communities survive the Depression or just kept desperation organized. You don't bother with the debate. You just know that bartering works. There's trust in the exchange, even if it's silent. A kind of whispered agreement. We're both trying. Sometimes the deals are more creative. Your neighbor, old Mr. Paulson, repairs shoes in exchange for food. He fixed your father's boots in return for 6 cornbread muffins. They tasted like freedom, he said, tying the laces with exaggerated flair. You liked that. Freedom, In food form, you learn tricks. Like bringing warm biscuits instead of cold ones, they smell better. Feel heavier. Carry a weight of generosity. Or wrapping a loaf of bread in cloth tied with ribbon. Even if the ribbon's just dyed string. Presentation matters. If you make something look like a gift, it is. And every now and then, someone trades with you not because they need food, but because they miss the feeling of sharing, like Mrs. Quinn, who gave you a tin of Jam Real jam, with fruit and sugar and everything. In exchange for a poem your sister wrote, the jam was dark and sticky, made from wild grapes, and you saved it for a special occasion. That night, you spread it on fried bread and closed your eyes. The world disappeared for 3 perfect bites. You keep a ledger now, tucked into the back of your food notebook. It lists every trade what you gave. What you got. 3 biscuits for 1 egg, half loaf for 2 apples, 6 crackers for sewing needle and thread. You track it like a banker. Your net worth is in calories and kindness. Some families try to standardize IDA values. A cup of flour equals 4 eggs. A jar of beans equals 1 stick of soap. But in truth, it's never even. Some trades are about need. Others are about sentiment. You once gave away your last heel of bread to a boy whose mother had nothing left to feed his baby sister. He didn't offer anything in return. He just cried and said thank you. Not all trades go smoothly. There's a woman who once tried to swap spoiled milk for fresh cornbread. Your mother sniffed it, frowned, and said no. The woman screamed, said you were ungrateful, said she needed that bread. You gave her half a slice anyway. You never saw her again. But most of the time, these exchanges are peaceful, even joyful. People chat while swapping, a quiet form of therapy. You learn about new recipes, clever tricks, who just got a chicken to lay, who might have extra sugar next week. It's not just food you're trading. It's stories, jokes, hope. Your mother makes a batch of barter biscuits every Friday. Not for your family, specifically, just for trade. She adds extra baking powder to fluff them, brushes the tops with lard so they shine, and always wraps them in a dish towel. Sometimes she ties them with twine. She says it's not about feeding people, it's about offering a piece of dignity. Tonight's dinner is the result of 3 trades: a cup of rice from Mr. Howard, an egg from the Dunns, a handful of mustard greens from Mrs. Burnell. Your mom combines them into a dish she calls green and gold bowl. Rice, sautéed greens, scrambled egg. It's hearty, savory, almost bright. You each get a small bowl. You eat it with a spoon and silence. The good kind. Like applause held in your chest. Later, you wrap 2 leftover biscuits and place them by the door. Tomorrow's trades. Ready to travel. Your mother kisses your forehead and says, "You've got the soul of a baker?" You tell her you were hoping for the soul of a millionaire. She laughs until she wheezes. You lie in bed thinking about that grape jam, about the poem your sister wrote, and how it bought you sweetness in a bitter season. You close your eyes and think of all the silent deals, the handshakes, the smiles exchanged over soup and stale bread. You think about how food is love, currency, and community, all baked into one crusty biscuit. And tomorrow, You'll trade again. You're hunched over a bush with a rusty tin pail in one hand and your other arm deep in a thicket of weeds. Fingers gingerly plucking at leaves you really hope aren't poison. It's foraging day. Not because it's trendy or you've suddenly discovered a passion for wildcrafting, but because your pantry's echoing like a cave and the word groceries has started to feel like a fantasy novel. This patch of scrubland on the edge of town is where everyone comes now and then. Quietly. Like a half-kept secret. You scan for dandelion greens. First, they're easy. You recognize their toothy leaves by now. Bitter. Yes. But they saute well. If you boil them once to get the bite out, you stuff a handful into the pail. Someone once told you, dandelions have more vitamins than spinach. You don't know if it's true, but you cling to it like gospel. Then it's on to lamb's quarters. A kind of wild spinach that grows in the cracks behind the train depot. You learn to tell it apart from inedible lookalikes by its soft, silvery underside. Your friend once mixed it up with something else and spent 2 full days regretting it on the porch toilet. Now you check twice before picking anything, whispering little plant prayers as you go. You glance up and see Mrs. Eddings across the creek with a burlap sack over her shoulder and her long coat sweeping the ground. She nods at you. Raise 2 fingers. Then goes back to digging near a stand of wild onions. She's one of the best in town. Last week, she found wild asparagus. A miracle. Really. People still talk about it like a UFO sighting. You cross over to the old orchard, where the apple trees grow gnarled and stingy. This late in the year, they're mostly stripped bare. But you spot a few mushy survivors on the ground. You poke them with a stick. Soft. Bruised. Probably wormy. But not rotten. You take them. Peel off the worst parts later. Cut away the rest. If there's enough. Your mom can make a pot of stewed apples with a little sugar. If not, they'll just go into fruit water, her polite name for barely flavored boiled peels. Historians still debate whether foraging fed significant portions of families during the Depression or simply padded their diets with trace nutrients and distractions. You suspect it depends on how many edible weeds were growing in your zip code. Out here, it's a lifeline. You've eaten more clover and wood sorrel than you ever imagined. And you've developed opinions about both. Wood sorrel, weirdly tangy. Clover, cueable sadness. Back home, you dump your haul on the table, like a dragon revealing loot. Your mother lifts a sprig of chickweed and nods approvingly. She sorts the greens into piles, separating the knowns from the probably safe. Anything questionable goes into the maybe basket, which lives on the back porch for a day or two, just in case someone remembers a warning or finds a better use for it as animal feed. Lunch becomes wild salad, which sounds fancy until you realize it's just dandelion greens, lamb's quarters, and a few thin slices of wild onion, dressed with vinegar and a pinch of salt. You eat slowly. It's bitter, fibrous, and not exactly filling. But it crunches, and it's free. And you gathered it yourself. You tell yourself it tastes like freedom. Later that week, you go mushroom hunting. Carefully, cautiously. Mushrooms are where confidence goes to die. Your dad taught you to check for gills, for color changes, for weird bruising. Still, every time you pick one, you imagine your obituary. You only bring home 5. He examines them, sniffs them, throws out 2 immediately. The other 3 he sautés in oil. Lightly salted, they taste earthy and suspicious, but don't kill anyone. Success. Once, your neighbor found a patch of wild blueberries out past the edge of town. He guarded the spot like it was Fort Knox. Brought back 2 handfuls. His wife made jam with half and baked the rest into biscuits. She served them at a church social, and someone cried. Actual, literal tears over berries. You get it. Foraging teaches you to see the world differently. You start walking with your eyes low, scanning the ground for potential. You whisper Latin names like a spellbook. You keep a folded-up field guide in your back pocket, pages dog-eared and stained with dandelion juice. You become obsessed with edible everything. Your brother gets into it too. He brings home cattail roots from the marsh, grinning like he's discovered a new continent. Your mom boils them for 2 hours and serves them with salt. They taste like swampy potatoes, but no one complains. Your sister chews pine needles for vitamin C. You call her a goat. She doesn't care. There's a darker side. 2. You remember when the miller's youngest son ate some kind of nightshade berry. Thought it was a grape. Spent a night shaking and sweating. He survived, but barely. Now people walk a little slower. Carry identification books. Ask twice before tasting anything. Hunger makes you bold, but fear keeps you careful. The best thing you ever foraged was a rabbit. Not really foraged. Technically, more like encountered. It darted out from under a bush, and your cousin, quick as lightning, tossed a rock and caught it mid-run. You all stood in stunned silence, then cheered like it was Christmas. That night, you had stew, real stew, meat, fat, carrots, wild onions, herbs. You licked the bowl so clean you could see your face in it. After a while, the plants start to feel like old friends. The sour bite of sorrel, the creamy snap of milkweed pods, the fuzzy buds of nettles boiled 3 times to kill the sting. You even get used to purslane's limey. Tangy, strangely addictive. You begin to say things like, "Let's go check the chickweed patch," and not feel weird about it. You hear rumors of a woman in the next county who makes actual wine from wild grapes. No one's met her, but everyone agrees she's a genius. You fantasize about meeting her, about sipping violet-colored wine on a porch swing, eating pickled dandelion, stems like royalty. Then you remember you're chewing boiled burdock root, and you smile. Tonight's dinner includes wild greens sautéed with garlic from your trade stash, a boiled potato split 3 ways, and 1 precious biscuit drizzled with sorghum. It's simple, earthy, and humble, and entirely gathered, grown, or traded. Nothing from a store, nothing with a price tag. You eat it under the soft glow of the oil lamp, listening to your mother hum, your father slurp his tea, and your sister name all the weeds on her plate like dinner guests. You think to yourself, we've become a family of squirrels. And somehow, that doesn't bother you. You fall asleep that night, with your stomach lightly filled, and your fingers still stained green. You dream of forests that feed you, bushes that bloom with bread, rivers that run thick with gravy. But when you wake, you still smile, because today, you lived off the land. And tomorrow, you'll do it again. You know the drill by now. You stand in line. Your coat pulled tight against the wind. Fingers stiff and red around the handle of an empty tin bowl. The queue stretches down the block, shuffling forward in slow, solemn rhythm. Everyone stares at the ground or the heels of the person in front of them. No one speaks much. There's nothing new to say. The air smells like cabbage and rust. You try not to think about it too hard. The soup kitchen sits in the basement of the old Presbyterian church. A worn sign out front reads, "All are welcome." It's true, more or less. But the welcome isn't always warm. The women serving the soup look tired. Their aprons are clean, but their eyes are cloudy. They ladle with a kind of practiced detachment like nurses in a field hospital, handing out rations of survival instead of comfort. You don't blame them. When you reach the front, you smile politely and hold out your bowl. Today's offering is cabbage stew. You already guessed that. You could smell it from 3 blocks away. Apale. Watery broth filled with shredded cabbage, translucent onions, and a few floating bits of potato. No meat. There's almost never meat. But it's hot, and you're hungry. You find a seat near the wall and eat slowly, blowing on each spoonful, chewing the soft vegetables until they vanish. The room is full of quiet slurping and the occasional clink of a spoon against metal. You sit next to an older man who smells like coal dust and tobacco. He says nothing, just eats, with his eyes closed. Across from you, a mother breaks a slice of bread in half and hands one piece to her son, who gnaws at it like a puppy with a bone. You've gotten used to this. The unspoken etiquette of communal meals. Don't ask what's in it. Don't take more than you need. Don't complain. Never complain. Because there's always someone hungrier behind you. Historians still argue whether these soup kitchens did more to keep people fed or simply to prevent riots. Some were funded by churches, others by charities, a few by local governments, hanging on by a thread. In some cities, gangsters even sponsored them. Al Capone famously opened one in Chicago, dishing out hot meals with a side of public relations. You wonder if your cabbage stew has a shady backer. You kind of hope so. It'd make things more interesting. You remember the first time your family came here? Your dad looked like he wanted to melt into the sidewalk. Your mother stood straight, chin high, eyes blank. You watched her force a smile and say, "Thank you," as if it burned. Back then, it felt like surrender. Now, it just feels like routine. Some days, there's bread, usually day old, maybe 2. It's sliced thin and always served with a warning. 1 per person. You hold yours like a letter from an old friend's off-ta, torn at the edges, and worth more than gold. You dip it in the broth, soak it through, chew each bite like it matters, because it does. There's always someone in line who's just a little too loud, a little too proud. They'll make jokes about the food, about the servers, about the guy 3 spots up who smells like old pickles. You learn to ignore them. They're scared. Same as you. Just louder. Sometimes. You spot familiar faces. Kids from school. Men your father used to work with. The woman who used to run the candy shop before it closed last fall. She still wears her hair in a neat bun. but her coat is patched and her boots don't match. You nod politely. She nods back. No one mentions candy. You hear stories while you eat. Stories of people eating flour paste, of chewing leather belts, of boiling wallpaper to get the glue. You don't know if they're true, but they linger. Stick to your ribs better than the soup. You try to keep track of the days when the soup changes. Once, there was barley. Actual barley. Another time, someone donated a box of lentils, and the place smelled earthy and rich for hours. The best day of your life might have been the beef bone stew, just a few bones simmered for hours with carrots and celery. The taste haunted you for weeks. After lunch, you rinse your bowl in the communal basin. There's a stack of rags, a bucket of soapy water, and a line of people waiting to do the same. You take your turn, scrubbing gently, careful not to chip the rim. This bowl has served you well. Outside, the cold hits like a slap. You button your coat and start walking home. The cabbage still warm in your belly. It's not fullness. Not really. But it's a silence. A pause. A break in the hunger. You'll take it. Some nights, you dream about owning your own soup kitchen. A big one, with endless bread and thick stew and second helpings for everyone. You'd have real butter, too, and jam. No questions asked. You'd let people take their time. You'd make them laugh. You'd tell them they matter. Until then, you'll be back here, bowl in hand, coat collar turned up, hope bundled tightly under your arm. You'll eat your cabbage stew and pretend it's French onion with melted cheese and fresh croutons. You're getting pretty good at that. You walk past a man sitting on the curb with a spoon in his pocket and no bowl. You stop, wordlessly. You offer yours. He hesitates, then nods, takes it gently. You smile. Wash it when you're done. You say, pretending it's a joke. He doesn't laugh, but he does say thank you. You head home empty-handed but weirdly lighter. The kitchen may be bare tonight, but for now, you've eaten, and maybe tomorrow, the soup will have beans. You sit at the kitchen table, staring into your cup with the deep disappointment of someone who has just realized the brown liquid swirling inside is not, in fact, coffee. You take a cautious sip. It's bitter, earthy, and tastes faintly of old dirt and roasted something. Chicory, maybe, or barley. Or on very bad days burnt toast crumbs boiled with boiled water and passed off as a beverage. Your mother calls it brew. Your father just sighs and drinks it like it's medicine. No one dares use the word coffee anymore, unless it's a holiday or someone in town gets a care package from a cousin in Chicago. Even then, the grounds are reused 3, sometimes 4 times. You remember your mom once steeped a used coffee filter in boiling water and called it coffee essence. It tasted like sadness, but it was warm. Today's version comes from roasted acorns, gathered last fall, dried in the attic, then ground to a rough powder in the hand-cranked meat grinder and slowly simmered on the stove until it's dark enough to lie about. You've tried chicory root. Too bitter and sharp, like someone insulted your taste buds to their face. Once, someone even tried using dried beet pulp. That experiment ended in disaster and a smell that clung to the curtains for weeks. You swirl the acorn brew again. It's not awful, Just disappointing. It's hot. At least, it fills your cup, wraps your fingers in warmth. That's half the point. The comfort of routine. The illusion of normalcy. You sip again and try not to think about what real coffee tastes like. Historians still argue whether coffee substitutes helped or hindered morale during the Depression. Some claim they gave people just enough psychological lift to face another day. Others say they reminded everyone how far they'd fallen. You think it depends on how honest you're willing to be with yourself. Your mom used to start every morning with a real cup of coffee. Ground fresh. Brewed strong. Sipped slowly while she planned the day. Now she drinks roasted cornmeal, boiled with cinnamon, and calls it Mexican morning tea. It smells better than it tastes. Still, she sips it with the same posture. Like muscle memory is more powerful than hunger. Your father's preferred brew is roasted barley. It has a toasty flavor, almost like weak cocoa. And if you squint hard enough, you can convince yourself it's a cousin of coffee. He stirs it with the handle of his fork and reads the newspaper like everything's normal. You watch him, wondering if pretending gets easier with age. Once, you tried to make your own version using ground-up pinto beans and molasses. The result was a sticky sludge that foamed weirdly and made your sister gag. You called it farmer's brew. No one asked for seconds. You still consider that a success. There's a kid down the street whose dad brews tea from pine needles. Swears it's good for your immune system. You tried it once. It was like drinking Christmas tree water. Refreshing in theory. Less so in practice. You've developed a whole ranking system now. Top of the list. Reused coffee grounds mixed with hot milk and sugar, if available. Runner-up. Toasted barley with a cinnamon stick. Middle tier. A corn brew. Burnt bread tea. And roasted dandelion root. Bitter, but manageable. Bottom of the barrel. Warm water with vanilla extract and wishful thinking. Some families steep apple peels, orange rinds, or even old jelly jars rinsed with hot water. That one actually tastes okay, like ghost jam. Your aunt once served hot beverage, made from cocoa powder and flour, whisked into boiling water. It was like drinking cake that never happened. There's an ongoing joke in your house about starting a cafe. We'll call it Not Coffee. Your brother says, "Come for the disappointment. Stay for the boiled grass." You all laugh, because it's either that or cry. Your mother keeps an old Maxwell House tin on the shelf. It's empty now. Of course. But she keeps it polished. It reminds her of better times. You peek inside sometimes, just in case. Once, there was a single coffee bean at the bottom hard. Shriveled. Miraculous. She crushed it with a rolling pin, steeped it in water for 2 hours, and served it in tiny teaspoons to everyone, like it was communion. At church, people bring jars of brew for fellowship hour. You get little paper cups of something brown and hot and vaguely edible. No one asks what's in it. They just sip politely and make noises of appreciation. You've heard more lies told over fake coffee than at any town meeting. One Sunday, a guest preacher brought real instant coffee from the city, tiny sachets. He passed out like gold coins. You mixed yours with hot water and sat on the church steps, sipping it in reverent silence. The taste was sharp, bright, perfect. You saved the wrapper in your pocket for weeks. It smelled like the future. At school, someone tried selling roasted soybean grounds as a miracle drink. They burned half the batch, and the classroom smelled like scorched laundry for 3 days. Still, 2 kids swore it made them smarter. One even tried to sell it door to door until a teacher shut him down for extreme optimism. In the evenings, you sometimes drink tea instead. Peppermint, if you can find it. More often just hot water with a mint leaf or some dried lemon balm from the garden. It helps you sleep, or at least helps you pretend you're relaxing in a cozy chair instead of a creaky bed that smells like boiled cabbage. Your dad says someday you'll drink coffee every morning again. Not the fake stuff. The real. Dark. Riechend. Brewed thick and steaming in a clean mug with cream and sugar. You nod like you believe him. Maybe you do. Maybe just enough to get you through one more cup of acorn. Tonight, your mom serves dandelion root brew with a bit of honey, stirred in actual honey, traded for a loaf of bread and a jar of pickles. It's not bad. The bitterness softens. It smells almost floral. You sip it slowly, eyes closed, imagining a cafe with big windows and real chairs and the smell of ground beans floating through the air. You drain the last drop, rinse your cup, and place it carefully on the shelf. It's chipped, but you treat it like fine china, because tomorrow it'll hold another strange, bitter brew, pretending to be something it's not, and you'll drink it, and it'll be enough. The train yard smells like rust and old oil and wood soaked through with weather. You crouch behind a stack of crates, waiting for the crew to move along. Your bag slung over one shoulder. Heart thudding a little harder than you'd like. It's not your first time hopping a boxcar, and it probably won't be the last. When food disappears from the pantry and jobs don't appear on the horizon, the rails start to whisper. Your father called it riding the rods, jumping freights, finding work, following rumors down the tracks like breadcrumbs. You're not chasing jobs today. You're chasing a meal. Word has it there's a hobo jungle on the edge of Wichita shelters. A communal fire. Maybe even some stew bubbling if the luck's been good. You can't afford not to go. You wait for the all clear, then sprint forward. Boots slapping against gravel. Arms pumping. You grab the rung of the boxcar ladder and haul yourself up. Hard in your throat. Inside. It smells like hay and dust and desperation. You find a spot near the door. Crouch down. And brace yourself as the train lurches forward. Hours pass. The sun rises and falls across your legs as the landscape unfurls a patchwork of dry fields, bare trees, the occasional lonely figure waving from a dirt road. You sip from a dented canteen filled with boiled creek water. Nibble at a biscuit pocketed from last night's dinner. It's stale and dry, but it keeps your hands busy and your stomach quiet. At last, the train slows. You leap down, stumbling into the gravel, and make your way toward the smoke curling into the sky just beyond the tree line. The smell of wood, fire, and cooking onions, pulling you forward like a rope. The hobo jungle is already alive with movement. Dozens of men young, old, in patched coats and flat caps move between makeshift tents and campfires. Boiling water in tin cans. Slicing potatoes with rusted knives. You offer a nod. Polite and cautious. You've learned how this works. Earn your place. Don't ask too many questions. Always bring something to contribute. You find an older man stirring a pot balanced on 2 bricks. The fire crackling underneath. He squints at you. "You bring something?" he asks. Voice like gravel. You nod. To pull out the onion from your coat pocket. It's small. Sprouting slightly. He grunts approval and waves you in. This is boxcar cooking improvised. Smoky. Practical. 1 pot. Many hands. Into the pot goes everything. Sliced potato. Chopped carrot. A tin of green beans. Someone found behind a diner. Someone else adds dread macaroni. Another tosses in a handful of salt, stolen from a bar counter. It's communal magic. One guy says he's got dried beef. Another calls him a liar. Until he pulls it from his bag. It's real. The group cheers. Historians still argue whether the hobo jungles were more about mutual aid or self-preservation. But sitting by that fire, bowl in hand, belly warming, with each bite of the weird, salty stew, it's clear, these camps were both. You're all strangers and family at once, bound together by empty pockets and shared resourcefulness. Dinner is gritty, but good. The carrots are soft. The beans have bite. There's even a hint of meat thin. Salty. Suspiciously chewy. You don't ask questions. Someone passes a slice of fried dough. Crisp on the edges. Made from flour, lard, and river water. It's heaven. You trade a joke for a second bite. As night falls, the men pull close to the fire. Stories spill out between sips of hobo coffee-burnt grounds mixed with sugar. Maybe even whiskey, if someone was clever. One man swears he baked cornbread on a shovel. Another claims he cooked squirrel, wrapped in newspaper. You listen wide-eyed. Then you share your tale of the lentil loaf that exploded in the oven and fed your family for 3 days. They laugh. That's good currency here. Sleeping arrangements are simple. A patch of ground. A coat for a pillow. Maybe a fire-warmed rock wrapped in cloth to keep your feet from freezing. You curl up under your jacket. Hat pulled low. Ears tuned to the wind and the faint rhythm of someone singing an old folk song near the creek. Your stomach isn't full. But it isn't empty either. That's the best you've had in weeks. In the morning, the pot gets reheated. Someone adds rolled oats, turning last night's stew into a sort of porridge. It's gray, thick, and smells like all the vegetables decided to become one thing. You eat it anyway. You thank the cook. You rinse your bowl in the creek, and then, like the others, you move on. The rails are always calling. There's word of work in Kansas City. Word of better meals in Oklahoma. You ride toward rumors like their destinations. Sharing your onion. Your stories. Your warmth along the way. You learn how to cook in a tin can. How to clean your spoon with sand. How to boil river water twice to make it safe. You learn which weeds go in stew and which give you hives. You carry a tiny cloth bag of salt and flour tied at your belt. That's your pantry now. Portable cuisine. Sometimes you hop off in a new place and find a family willing to share their supper for a few hours of work. You chop wood, wash linens, fix a fence. You earn a plate of beans and a cot in the barn. Once, you swept out a general store in exchange for a single jar of molasses. You carried it for 3 days before opening it. Worth it. The road teaches you to cook without recipes, to eat without complaint, and to savor every crumb like it matters. Because it does. You once fried a whole meal on the side of a rusted radiator canned meat and biscuit dough, pressed flat and cooked to golden on the hot metal. You called it hobo panini. Someone else called it brilliant. Either way, it kept you going. You send letters home when you can. Tell your family what you've learned. The trick to cooking eggs on a spade. How to make soup from beef bouillon and mustard packets. How to build a fire that won't smoke your eyes. Your sister sends back a drawing of a rabbit in a frying pan, wearing a chef's hat. You smile so hard your face hurts. One night, by the fire, a man named Russell hands you a biscuit. It's stale, hard as a rock. Soak it in your stew. He says, you do. It softens. You chew. You nod. He pats your shoulder. That's the secret. Kid, don't eat things as they are. Make 'em into what you need. Oh, and so, you keep riding. Keep trading. Keep boiling. Baking. Roasting on open flames and radiator plates and sticks carved sharp. You cook with strangers. You eat with friends. You chase meals like they're sunsets fleeting. Warm. Gone too soon. But you never go hungry for long. You trudge into the clearing with your coat, sagging from the weight of 3 bruised potatoes, a sprig of half-wilted parsley, and the loneliest carrot ever to exist. Your boots squelch in the muddy grass, and your fingers are stiff from the morning chill. Ahead of you, a cluster of men kneels around a blackened pot slung over a snapping fire, and the smell that rises from it isn't exactly delicious, but it's something earthy, smoky, a little greasy, and unmistakably edible. This is the pot, the stew, the hobo jungle's centerpiece, hobo stew. It's a ritual by now, not just a meal. Everyone brings what they can. No matter how small beans, a chunk of onion, a pinch of salt pilfered from a diner. The pot's always bubbling, not because someone tends it all day, but because someone always contributes, always adds just enough to keep it alive. It's called stone stew in some places, community broth in others. But here, it's just stew. No label, just hope with steam. You pull out your contributions and place them gently beside the fire like sacred offerings. The carrot gets chopped uneven but valiant. The potatoes are peeled with a pocket knife that's seen better decades. The parsley is minced and tossed in like a luxury. No one thanks you. Exactly. But a few nods of respect pass around the circle. That's more than enough. The stew's already got cabbage, a strip of bacon rind from someone's lucky trade, 2 green beans, and, inexplicably, a single button mushroom. It doesn't matter. Once it's in the pot, everything turns into stew. You stir it slowly, feeling the wooden spoon catch on thick chunks and swirl through the thinner broth. It's the kind of concoction where each bite is a surprise. Some good, some heavy. Historians still argue whether the hobo stew tradition was born purely out of necessity or if it was also a rebellion against the cold, detached systems that had failed so many. But here, hunched around this communal pot, bellies growling in harmony, it feels like something more than desperation. It feels like belonging. You find a spot on an overturned bucket and cup your bowl close to your face as steam curls into your nose. First bite. Mostly broth. Second, an actual potato chunk. Third, something meaty maybe. The bacon rind. You pose. Savour it. It tastes like salt and luck. Everyone eats at their own pace. Sharing space, but not always words. An old man mutters stories into his soup. A young boy with threadbare gloves dips his bread into the broth and closes his eyes like he's somewhere better. Across the fire, a woman in a man's coat hums quietly between bites. This is dinner. This is communion without pews. There's a certain etiquette to hobo stew. If you don't have anything to add, you wait until everyone else is eaten. If you're new, you introduce yourself with what's in your hands. One man brought a single garlic clove. The group treated it like treasure. Each piece carefully minced and divided. You once saw a guy add half a can of tomato paste and get offered a blanket and the good spot near the fire. The best stew you ever had included a bit of dried sausage, 4 chunks of sweet potato, and a whole can of corn. It was thick, golden, almost hearty. The memory of it kept you warm for a week. The worst? Turnip water with boiled shoe leather. Not metaphorical. Actual leather. It's chewable, someone said with a shrug. You tried. It was not. The joke around the camp is that the stew pot knows secrets, that everything you put in it, every hardship, gets absorbed and softened. Someone once dropped a picture of his wife in by accident. He fished it out, wiped it off, and said, "She tastes better than she ever cooked." Everyone laughed. It felt good. You learn tricks. Crumble. Old crackers on top, like croutons. Add a spoonful of pickle juice for zing. Stir in oatmeal. If it's too watery, it thickens things fast. One guy swears by a dash of mustard. Another insists on black pepper. Though it's rare, one shake makes it French. He winks. After dinner, the pot stays warm, simmering for anyone who arrives late. The rule is simple. Keep it going. Always keep it going. Because even if no one adds anything else today, someone might tomorrow. It's the kind of hope you can eat. You stay behind to help wash the pot. Not with soap. Just river, water, and a scrap of burlap. You scrape off the crusty bits. Dry it with an old shirt. Then nestle it back on the fire ring. Ready for the next meal. The next hungry soul. As night falls, people gather around the pot again not to eat, but to warm their hands and trade stories. One man sings. Another recites a poem about onions. A teenager tells a joke so terrible that even the trees cringe. You laugh anyway. The pot gurgles softly. Like it's chuckling too. You think about how strange it is. How beautiful. That a stew made of nothing could taste like something. That scraps from 6 strangers could come together and become comfort. You wonder what it would be like to have stew at a real table again, with chairs and napkins, and no need to contribute anything but conversation. But then someone refills your bowl with the last ladleful, and you take a sip, and it's warm, and it's quiet, and it's good. And for now, that's everything. Later, you sleep beneath a pile of jackets, belly humming with boiled carrot and community. You dream of stew again, this time thicker, richer, full of flavor and laughter. When you wake, the pot is still there, the fire still warm, and the day smells like breakfast. More stew. Maybe. Or maybe something new. You wake to the sharp clatter of a spoon against metal and the low thrum of voices trading morning yawns. The hobo jungle is stirring. Someone's already poked the fire back to life. Coaxed flames from embers, using dry twigs and patient breath. Your shoulders are stiff. Your boots still damp from yesterday. But there's a smell in the air faint. A little smoky. Maybe sweet? Something different. You sit up fast. Your stomach notices before your brain does. Hotcakes. Someone mutters near the fire. And now you're moving. Not the golden, fluffy kind you see in a diner window. Stacked 6 high and draped in butter. These are flatter, more modest, more, let's say, philosophical in texture, but still hotcakes, pancakes, fried flour, and if you squint and add imagination, maybe a hint of maple from the syrup substitute. Boiled, down brown sugar with a touch of water. Or molasses if someone was lucky enough to trade for it. You approach the fire. The griddle is just an old iron plate balanced on bricks. A woman in overalls is ladling batter from a can. The mix hisses when it hits the surface, sending up wisps of steam like it's casting spells. You offer your help, and your contribution half a cup of flour tied in cloth, saved from your coat pocket like a secret. She nods and adds it to the pot. Sit, she says, not unkindly. First one's almost done. Oh, the batter is simple. Flour, water, a pinch of salt, maybe baking powder if it's around. Some add mashed potatoes. Some throw in cornmeal. Others mix in bits of apple peel or even old oatmeal. Anything to give the hot cake some character. Today's version smells faintly of cinnamon, though you suspect that's just wishful thinking. Your first hot cake arrives hot and limp on a metal plate. No butter, no topping, no garnish, but the edges are crisp, and it folds like a napkin in your hand. You take a bite. It's chewy, bland, with a hint of smoke, and it's glorious. Warm carbs on a cold morning. That's all you ever wanted. Everyone around the fire eats slowly, chewing like monks, reciting vows. A man with a crooked nose carefully sprinkles sugar from a paper packet like it's gold dust. A boy dips his cake in a mug of coffee substitute. You mimic him. It helps. Historians still argue whether these Depression-era pancakes came from frontier traditions or were born purely of desperation. Some call them hoe cakes. Others say flapjacks, Jonna cakes, or even griddle mush. In truth, the name changes from camp to camp, state to state, but the purpose stays the same: to turn whatever dry ingredients you have into something hot and filling. Not gourmet, not even breakfast. Just hope in circle form. Once, your mother made pancakes using only cornmeal and water, fried flat in lard, served with a drizzle of sorghum and a big smile that tried too hard. You told her they were amazing. They weren't, but you meant it anyway. She cried a little when she thought you weren't looking. You remember reading about people using powdered eggs in the city ration packs meant for military kitchens, filtered down into soup lines and kitchens run by local relief. You'd give anything for an egg in the batter right now, or milk, or even a splash of canned fruit syrup. But you make do. The woman flipping cakes over the fire has a rhythm. Pour. Wait. Flip. Press. Slide. It's hypnotic. She hums while she works. An old tune about a train heading west. You hum along, even though you don't know the words. Music makes the batter stretch farther. Somehow, after the second round, she sprinkles the last bit of flour into the pot. That's it, she says, licking her finger clean. Everyone nods. The batter is gone. The fire is fading, and bellies are a little less hollow. You rinse your plate in a tin of water and hang it to dry on a nail hammered into a tree. The nail has a name carved next to it, just Joe. No one knows who Joe is anymore, but the nail still holds as the sun rises higher. You gather your things. Someone's heading south and offers to share the walk. Word is, there's a shelter with a kitchen 2 towns over. Maybe even biscuits. Maybe. You agree to go, tucking your hot-cake sticky hands into your coat pockets. Along the road, you see the aftermath of similar meals burned logs. Scraps of ash. A scorched skillet left behind like a relic. You imagine the breakfasts that happened here. The quiet chewing. The steam curling into cold air. The little miracles no one would write about. You think of all the pancakes made without milk, without eggs, without sugar or fruit or syrup, just stubbornness and heat and whatever could be scrounged. Some tasted like cardboard. Others, weirdly, like comfort. You've had both. You're thankful for both. At nightfall, you settle in a barn offered by a man in exchange for sweeping out the stalls. He leaves you with a small bundle half, a loaf of bread, a boiled potato, and a folded paper bag of flour. Inside, someone's scrawled a note in pencil. For cakes. You grin. You boil water in a rusted tin. Stir in the flour slowly. Add a pinch of salt and a prayer. With a bit of lard left from your last trade, you grease the bottom of the pan and pour. It sizzles. You flip it. It browns. You slide it onto a plate made of newspaper and take a bite. It's chewy, dense, noisy, but it's yours. And you fall asleep with crumbs on your chin and the knowledge that even when everything else is gone, breakfast is still possible if you've got a little flour and a little fire. Tomorrow, you'll make more. You press your fingers into the sticky dough with the kind of reverence normally reserved for prayer or surgery. It's not much, just flour, a dab of lard, a splash of water, and a whole lot of hope, but it's enough to make something that passes for bread. Flatbread. More specifically, the Depression doesn't leave room for anything puffed, risen, or fluffed with luxury. This is survival bread. Bread that sits thin and tired on a skillet, but still manages to smell like home. There's a fire going in the stove, barely coaxed to life with dried corn cobs and old newspaper. You place your hand above the iron skillet to feel the heat. Then lay the dough in carefully. It sizzles faintly, browns at the edges. You poke at the air bubbles rising like they're secrets. Flip. Press. Flip again. When it's done, It's warm and uneven, with blackened patches that you call grill marks to make yourself feel fancy. You tear it in half and hand a piece to your little sister. She grins like it's cake. She adds a spoonful of apple butter from the last trade you made, just a smear, but it transforms her flatbread into dessert. You watch her chew slowly, as if stretching every bite into a whole story. Flatbread is a Depression staple. Everyone has a version. Some people call it hoe cake if there's cornmeal involved. Others say bannock, flannel cake, or griddle bread. It doesn't matter what you name it as long as it holds together and tastes like more than it is. Your family has perfected the art. Your mother mixes in herbs when she finds them wild garlic, thyme, sometimes just dandelion stems chopped fine. Your father adds mashed potato to stretch the flour farther. Your brother once stirred in fried onions and called it flavor slabs. It stuck. Historians still debate whether this kind of cooking qualifies as regional cuisine or just edible improvisation. You think it's both. Every house on your block is working off the same few ingredients. Yet, every bite tastes different. One woman adds pickling spices. Another fries hers in bacon grease, if she's lucky enough to have it. One family bakes it in the oven and calls it Depression naan. You admire the optimism. Some folks dip their flatbread in hot water, flavored with bouillon cubes or old ham bones. Others stuff it with mashed beans and shredded cabbage. Roll it up like a taco, and call it dinner. Your favorite version is brushed with lard, sprinkled with salt, and crisped until it crackles. The crunch is better than candy. Your cousin tells a story about a boy in Indiana who tried selling hand-rolled flatbreads for a nickel apiece. He made them on a tin sheet and walked door to door, calling out, "Hot flats, still warm." He only sold 2, but one of them went to a widow who gave him 3 jars of pickled green beans in return. He called that a win. Today, you make a batch with just enough flour to stretch into 4 small rounds. You add onion slivers, a pinch of salt, and fry them in a shallow pan with the last of the bacon fat. They puff at the edges like they're trying to smile. You set them on a dish towel and stack them like playing cards. They'll go with dinner stew again, made with cabbage, canned tomato, and 1 carrot you diced so thin it could pass for 4. You eat slowly, dipping each bite into the broth, savoring the mix of crunch and chew, salt and steam. Even your dad doesn't grumble tonight. He calls it bread you can trust. You nod solemnly. You know exactly what he means. Later, you wrap the last piece in wax paper and tuck it under your pillow. Emergency bread. Midnight reassurance. Or maybe tomorrow's breakfast, if the pantry's still echoing come morning. There's talk of neighbors pooling ingredients to bake a full loaf and actual risen. Yeasted thing. A celebration loaf. Someone has yeast. Someone else has milk. If the weather holds and no one eats their contributions early, you might all share a real loaf. The kind you slice instead of tear. The kind that smells like church mornings and bakery windows. You try not to get your hopes up. Once, someone in town made cinnamon flatbread. They used stale cinnamon candies ground up in a mortar, mixed with sugar, and sprinkled it over lard-brushed dough. They passed slices out at the schoolhouse. Kids wept. One girl fainted. You remember that day like it was your birthday. Sometimes you daydream about future breads stuffed with cheese. shaped like animals, sprinkled with poppy seeds. You picture yourself in a bright kitchen, kneading dough on a clean counter, while music plays on the radio. You slice a loaf with a proper bread knife and pass it to your sister. She doesn't cry. She just eats it, smiling like she does now. Until then, it's flatbread. Loyal. Simple. Hot, if you're quick. It takes 5 ingredients and a little heat. That's it. No measuring cups. No mixers. Just your hands, your pan, and the will to keep going. Your mother wraps tomorrow's batch in a clean towel and places it on the windowsill to cool. The curtain flutters gently in the breeze. Outside, the moon is a flatbread itself round, pâle, glowing with quiet promise. You drift off to sleep, imagining all the kinds of bread that haven't been invented yet, and all the ways you'll learn to stretch flour into meals. You dream of clouds that taste like biscuits and roads paved in toasted crust, but even when you wake, you'll know flatbread saved you, and it'll keep doing so. One warm circle at a time. The smell hits you before the skillet even finishes heating thick. Hot, and unmistakably oily. You glance into the pan, where a slick pool of lard begins to melt and bubble, spitting tiny droplets up at the ceiling like it's arguing with gravity. This is fry bread night. Which means 2 things. You're in for a bellyful of grease, and at least one comment from your uncle about how it ain't healthy. But it keeps the wolves off your ribs. You're not entirely sure if that's metaphor, or if your uncle genuinely believes there are wolves. Fry bread has become the crown jewel of your limited depression pantry. Not because it's fancy, it absolutely isn't, but because it feels like something substantial. It crunches. It puffs. It carries whatever flavors you can throw on top of it, like a warm, edible plate. Sometimes it's dinner. Sometimes it's dessert. Sometimes it's just a way to fry your feelings. Tonight's dough was thrown together with a cup of flour, a pinch of salt, a splash of water, and a teaspoon of baking powder. So old it might qualify as an artifact. Your mother kneads it until it stops sticking, then lets it rest under a damp towel. You gather around the stove, eyes wide, stomach rumbling like a coal train. The first round hits the oil with a hiss and an almost joyful crackle. You lean in, nostrils flaring, watching as the flat disc puffs like a balloon and turns golden at the edges. Your sister giggles. It's the closest thing to a food miracle you've seen all week. One by one, the fry breads stack up on the old wire rack, their surfaces glistening. Some are round, others more interpretive. There's one shaped vaguely, like the state of Ohio. You claim it. You tear off a corner and pop it into your mouth. It's crisp on the outside, doughy inside, salty, a little chewy, and entirely too hot. You yelp and fan your tongue with a piece of wax paper. Your dad eats his with bean spinto, mashed, slightly overcooked, but full of pepper and pride. Your mom spreads hers with a thin coat of apple preserves and folds it in half like a taco. You go with the classic depression garnish, lard and sugar. It sounds terrible. It is not. The sugar melts into the surface and turns into something caramel adjacent. It tastes like rebellion. Historians still debate whether fry bread truly originated during the Depression or if it was more deeply rooted in indigenous cooking, especially on reservations where rations of flour salt, and oil led to invention through necessity. What's clear is that by the 1930s, fry bread had migrated into the kitchens of the broke and the resourceful alike. Your family found it through trial and error. A neighbor found it in a WPA flyer. Either way, you now treat it like sacred geometry. There are rules. Of course, the oil must be hot, but not too hot, or the bread scorches and hardens like roofing tile. The dough must rest, or it won't puff. Never crowd the pan. Always drain on newspaper. And no one eats the first one until your mom gives the nod. You remember one night when your uncle tried to get fancy. He chopped onions into the dough and added chopped green pepper. The result? A weird, soggy mass. He dubbed vegetable pillow. It didn't catch on. You all still tease him about it. One more bite of that, and I'd have needed a priest. Your dad had said, mouthful of soda crackers, but not all experiments are flops. Your sister once sprinkled cinnamon on top before frying. It crisped into a crusty sugar shell, and everyone begged for seconds. Another time, your mom added powdered milk to the dough and made a batch so fluffy that the cat slept on one like a cushion. You tried to stop her. Too late. You've seen neighbors use fry bread as a sandwich base. Slap on cold mashed potato, leftover cabbage, even a slice of boiled egg if they had it. It folds, wraps, stacks, and dips. One man in town slices his into strips and calls it depression churros. He sells them at the Saturday market with honey packets. You think he's a genius? Of course. The regrets follow. Fry bread's notorious for sitting in your belly like a brick with ideas. You always feel full. Not, full, more like, why did I eat a paperweight full? You lie down after 2 pieces and try to breathe without groaning. Your mom hands you a cup of vinegar water and says it'll help. It doesn't. Still, the appeal wins out every time. You remember trading chores for ingredient-spulling weeds in exchange for a bag of flour, chopping wood for a cup of lard. One Saturday, you walked 5 miles to buy baking powder with 2 pennies and a jar of pickled turnips. You came home triumphant and sore and ready to fry. Sometimes you catch your father watching the skillet like he's remembering something better. A cafe he once took your mother to. Back when they could afford meals served by strangers. She ordered French toast and he ordered pancakes, and they split both. He always smiles a little when he eats fry bread now. Not because it tastes the same, but because it reminds him that food can still be shared. You find comfort in the routine. Stir the dough. Pat it flat. Lower it carefully. Listen to the sizzle. It gives you something to do. Something to master. Something to offer. Food that stretches. Food that welcomes. Tonight, you make a final batch. Smaller circles. And serve them like cookies. You even dust them with powdered sugar from the bottom of a near-empty tin. Everyone grins. Your little brother tries to stack 3 and eat them like a sandwich. He drops half in his lap. He doesn't care. After dinner, your mom wraps the leftovers in wax paper. There'll be breakfast tomorrow. Reheated in the skillet or eaten cold. Fry bread forgives. It travels. It survives. You curl up that night with a heavy belly and a lighter heart. You dream of a world where fry bread comes with ice cream. or is sold from carts on the street by smiling vendors who toss them like pizza dough and sing lullabies. But even if that world never comes, you'll still have this: flour, salt, water, and heat. A recipe for staying alive. Pressed flat and fried golden, you're crouched beside the wooden counter of the corner shop, nose pressed against the glass of a jar that holds no more than a dozen glossy red pieces, penny candy, bright, cheerful, defiantly cheerful, as if these little sugar crystals never got the memo that the rest of the world had collapsed. Your breath fogs the glass. You count the candies again, just in case the number has changed. Your palm is sweaty from clutching that quinone scent, the last one you'll see for a while. Most likely, and it burns a little against your skin. It's heavy with meaning, not just currency. This is a decision, a commitment. 1 cent for 2 pieces. If you choose right, maybe 3. If the shopkeeper is feeling generous or distracted, you finally make your pick. 2 lemon drops, bright yellow, wrapped in clear wax paper, twisted at the ends like tiny torches. You hand over your coin. The old man behind the counter nods without a word, and you're out the door before he changes his mind. You walk slowly, candy in hand, letting the paper crinkle in your pocket for a bit, not quite ready to unwrap it. The pleasure is in the anticipation. You've gone a whole month without something sweet. Well, unless you count that one time your sister stirred sugar into hot water and made candy tea, which absolutely does not count. When you finally unwrap the first lemon drop, it hits your tongue like sunshine. Tart, sugary, a burst of flavor so intense, your eyes actually water. You roll it around in your mouth like a jewel. This is more than candy. This is time travel. You're back in your grandmother's kitchen, stealing cookies when she wasn't looking. You're at the fairground, winning a prize, and being handed a caramel apple. You're somewhere else anywhere but here. Sugar during the Depression was more than scarce, it was almost sacred. Rationed, hoarded, traded like tobacco. Candy, when it appeared, became mythological. Historians still argue whether the candy industry helped people endure the Depression by offering affordable luxuries, or if it just kept people chasing sweetness they couldn't afford to want. Either way, the candy stayed. Manufacturers schwankzitzes, changed ingredients, cut corners, but a nickel would still get you a treat in most places. And a penny? If you were lucky and persuasive and respectful enough not to lick the display case, maybe, just maybe. Kids became candy detectives. You learned which stores offered the most generous deals, which flavors lasted longest, which wrappers could be resealed and trick your siblings. You and your friends compared haul sizes after errands, like competitive foragers. I got 2 peppermints and a licorice twist. Someone would brag, I got a taffy and a chocolate button. Another would counter, the chocolate was probably carob. Didn't matter. There were days when your mom melted old candy pieces into a pan and poured the sticky mess over popcorn to make a kind of brittle. You once tried making candy from boiled molasses and cornstarch. It set into a rubbery brown rectangle that could have doubled as a roof tile. You chewed it anyway, proudly. Your uncle tells stories about candy lines in the city, kids standing 10 deep outside a shop where a new shipment of gumdrops had arrived. By the time he got to the front, only licorice remained. He wept. You believe it. There were also strange Depression-era sweets. Potato fudge, made with mashed spuds and cocoa powder. Vinegar taffy that bit back. Mystery candies, cobbled together from syrup and a prayer. And then there was the legendary treat of corn syrup drizzled over snow, which your cousin swore was just like maple candy, though it mostly just tasted like cold sugar water. Once, you found an old candy wrapper in the street still, faintly sticky. It smelled like root beer. You didn't eat it, but you folded it carefully and tucked it into your notebook like a pressed flower. On very special occasions, holidays, birthdays, or the time your dad landed a week's work with the WPAU got store-bought candy. Chocolate stars, butterscotch discs, wax lips that you wore for 2 minutes before devouring with dramatic flair. The taste was always secondary. What mattered was the feeling, like the world had tilted, just briefly, toward good things again. You remember the old woman down the block who made molasses pulls for the neighborhood kids every Sunday after church. She'd boil it down in a dented copper pot, stretch it between her fingers until it was glossy and thick, and hand out pieces wrapped in wax paper. She said the act of pulling made it sweeter. You think it was the smile she gave with it that did the trick. Sometimes your mom would cut squares of white bread, spread them with a smear of jam, then fold them in half and call them poor man's pastries. You and your siblings devoured them like cupcakes. Your dad once called it depression baklava. You still don't know what that means, but it made you laugh so hard you snorted grape jelly up your nose. And yet, with all that improvisation, it was the real candy, tiny, colorful, store-bought pieces that felt like winning the lottery. That one root beer barrel you sucked for 15 minutes. That cherry drop that lasted an entire walk to school. That peppermint that tingled your tongue and somehow made you feel seen. Tonight, you lay in bed, eyes closed, still savoring the taste of that lemon drop. You didn't eat the second one. It's in your sock drawer, wrapped tightly, waiting for the right day. Maybe next week. Maybe your sister's birthday. Or maybe just the next time things feel impossibly gray. Because even during the hardest times, a single piece of candy can taste like hope, like color, like a promise whispered in sugar. And sometimes, that's all you need to make it one more day. You lie back in the grass behind your house, arms folded beneath your head, staring up at a sky that's turning orange around the edges. Your belly isn't exactly full, but it's not gnawing either. Dinner was bread heel soup, again boiled water, a whisper of onion, a crusty end of rye, and a lot of pretending. And yet, here you are, stomach rumbling a little, mind drifting toward a feast that hasn't happened in years, and maybe never quite like you remember. You close your eyes and smell roast chicken. Not just any chickenone that's been basted in drippings, with crisp golden skin that crackles when you press it with your fork. Mashed potatoes sit beside it, whipped into a cloud, a crater of gravy shimmering in the center like a lake. Buttered green beans, hot rolls with steam curling off the top, and a slice of peach pie that somehow always came out just right. You're not sure when you last had a meal like that. Maybe at Uncle Marvin's back before the stock market coughed up everyone's savings. Or maybe you made it up, stitched it together from fragments of 100 dinners. Cookbooks. Sunday dreams. Historians still argue whether people during the Great Depression romanticized food because they were truly nostalgic, or because hunger reshapes memory, like fingers working a lump of dough. Either way, your brain throws banquets nightly. You remember the Christmas your mom served oatmeal 3 ways: thick with salt in the morning, pan-fried in bacon grease for lunch, and sweetened with cinnamon at night. She called it a holiday tasting menu. You grinned with your mouth full and clapped like it was the fanciest meal you'd ever seen. Even now, on your worst days, your memory clings to meals like souvenirs. Your grandfather used to talk about his mother's pot roast, cooked for hours until it fell apart under a spoon. He hadn't tasted it since 1919, but could describe it better than anything he'd eaten since. Food doesn't have to exist to fill you up, at least not in the stomach. It's fuel for the soul. Calories for your imagination. When the soup runs thin, your family pulls out stories. Everyone has a best meal tale. Your dad swears by a summer tomato sandwich so juicy he still dreams about it. Your aunt talks about birthday angel food cake, so tall it leaned sideways on the plate. Your brother claims he once had pancakes with real syrup in a train station diner. Though you suspect that was just a detailed fantasy, doesn't matter. You all believe him when he tells it. Your neighbor, Miss Constance, likes to pass out old recipes. She copies them carefully from her tattered Sears catalog, adding annotations like, "If you have butter, try this," or "omit eggs who has eggs." Her recipe for Sunday chicken includes cracker crumbs, lard, and the phrase, "pretend hard." You frame it like art. Once, your mother made fancy eggs by coloring mashed turnips yellow with mustard and stuffing them into saved shells. The taste was not great, but the look was convincing. You took a bite and said, "It tastes like breakfast should taste." She laughed until she cried. You read cookbooks like fiction now. No one can afford to make the dishes. But reading them is an act of dreaming. You trace your finger down the page, imagining each step: cream whipped until soft peaks form, pastry folded and glazed, ham studded with cloves and pineapple rings. You've never even seen a clove, but the way it's described: spicy, warm, elegant. You're convinced it could save the world if sprinkled generously. Sometimes you sketch meals in the margins of your notebook. A steak here, a cherry pie there, a plate of spaghetti so detailed it makes your mouth water. You don't show anyone. It feels like magic, this ability to conjure flavor with a pencil. Your family has a tradition now. On Sunday evenings, when supper is light and tempers are thinner, you all sit around and take turns describing the dream meal. 1 dish per person. No repeats. Tonight, your sister picks macaroni and cheese-reel cheese. Not breadcrumbs and wishes. Your mom goes with meatloaf and ketchup. Your dad says biscuits and gravy. You say hot roast beef sandwiches with mashed potatoes, peas, and a slice of strawberry shortcake. The room sighs like it's been fed. Even your youngest brother, who's barely 5, throws in a wild card. "I want a sandwich with just frosting." No one argues. In fact, you all nod solemnly, as if this is the smartest idea ever uttered. That's the trick. When food is scarce, memory becomes feast. You dine on the past, snack on daydreams, and fill your belly with intention. Your mom calls it psychological starch. Your dad calls it chewing hope. Either way, It works. More often than not, but every so often. Memory backfires. Like the time someone made fried dough, and your mouth was already prepared for funnel cake, but the bite turned out salty, heavy, and vaguely metallic. Or when your aunt described her mother's apple dumpling so vividly, you could almost smell the cinnamon, only to be served a baked turnip with brown sugar. You ate it anyway. Of course. You even said, "Yum." There's a quiet resilience in making the pretend feel real, like putting out mismatched forks on a hand-me-down tablecloth and pretending it's a dinner party, or toasting with tap water and calling it prohibition champagne, or putting your best hat on to eat stew because, as your mother says, dignity digests better. Ho, tonight, as you curl beneath the quilt stitched from old shirts and worn dresses, you feel full in a strange way. Not from calories, but from memory. You replay every imagined bite like a favorite song. The crunch of fried chicken, the drip of syrup down stacked pancakes, the gooey, cheesy stretch of casserole pulled fresh from the oven. And somehow, despite the soup, despite the bread heels, despite the chipped mugs and shared spoons, you drift off feeling like royalty, because even in the leanest years, no one can ration what you remember. You stand barefoot on the kitchen's worn linoleum floor, clutching a battered tin bowl and staring at the boiling pot like it owes you money. Inside, a pale slurry of ground corn bubbles away grits. Or what passes for them. No butter, no cheese, just yellowish mush and the faint hope that it'll taste like something other than wallpaper paste today. You grab the wooden spoon and stir slowly, rhythmically, half hypnotized by the swirl. The mixture burps a few lazy bubbles, thick and stubborn as schoolyard gossip. Grits, you've learned, are not a glamorous food. They don't shimmer. They don't smell fancy. They don't boast about anything. They just sit there, humble and heavy, doing their job. And their job is keeping your stomach from turning inside out. You add a pinch of salt, then another, then a third. You're not sure if it helps, but the act of sprinkling something feels like control. Your mom says you should be grateful. Your grandfather ate nothing but grits for 2 whole winters, she says, handing you a chipped bowl with a flourish like she's presenting caviar. You try to smile. You try to believe this bowl of yellow goo is resilience, and not just the culinary equivalent of giving up. Some families eat their grits runny, like soup. Others spoon it into pans and let it firm up, then slice it like cornbread. You've even fried it once, until it got crispy at the edges and pretended to be a hash brown. You all agreed not to speak of that attempt again. It tasted like regret dipped in oil. Still, there's something comforting about the ritual. The stirring, the steaming, the clink of spoon against pot. You sit at the table, blow gently on each spoonful, and swallow like you're bracing for a storm. The texture is weird. The taste is faint. But it fills you. Historians still argue whether grits became a Depression-era staple because they were cheap, or simply because they were already everywhere in the South and ready to rise to the occasion. Either way, cornmeal became the go-to grain of the hungry, fried, boiled, baked, and stirred into everything from pancakes to gravy to pudding. Sometimes, If you closed your eyes and focused hard enough, it almost tasted like something fancy. Cheese grits were a fantasy you reserved for your birthday and dreams. Your uncle once said, "The key to surviving the depression is learning to love things you used to call boring." He was stirring a pot of grits at the time. He added a spoonful of molasses and called it morning dessert. You tried it? It wasn't dessert. But it wasn't bad. It was an experience. You've seen your mom stretch a half cup of cornmeal into enough porridge for 6 people. You've watched her serve it beside beans, cabbage, even stewed apples when someone traded a jar for laundry work. One night, she mixed it with chopped onions and hot pepper and baked it in muffin tins. Southern soufflés, she called them. You all applauded even though they didn't rise. There's a kind of quiet pride in eating grits without complaint. Like you're in on some secret that other people wouldn't understand. Your cousin from the city once turned up his nose and said they looked like wet sand. You didn't say anything, just smiled, stirred your bowl, and ate like a king. You learned tricks. Add a spoonful of bacon fat-flavored jackpot. Stir in powdered milk-richer texture. Sprinkle crushed crackers on top for a crunch that reminds you of better days. Once, your sister added a dab of mustard. It was weirdly delicious. You never tell her that. Though, she's been bragging about it ever since, on particularly lean days. You make grit cakes, leftover grits fried in a cast-iron pan. Crispy on the outside, soft on the inside. With a little syrup, they pass for pancakes. With ketchup, they're country cutlets. With nothing, they're just grit cakes. But they fill the gap between lunch and whatever might happen for dinner. Sometimes you watch your dad stir the pot with more focus than usual. He doesn't talk, just stares into the yellow swirl like it holds secrets. Maybe it does. Maybe it's the one thing in the kitchen that doesn't judge him. Grits don't care if you lost your job. Grits don't care if your coat is too thin or your shoes too small. Grits just need water, heat, and time. And you've got those. At least, once a neighbor gave you a recipe for grit pudding. You mixed it with mashed bananas, cinnamon, and a single egg. You baked it in a metal dish until it browned. It smelled amazing. It tasted odd. Not bad. Just confusing. Like your mouth expected breakfast and dessert, and got neither. Still, you scraped the dish clean. Grits became your measure of how bad things were. On good weeks, they were a side dish. On bad weeks, they were breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Sometimes. Just salt and grits. No garnish. No flair. A bowl of humility, but you never went to bed entirely empty. And, on a few magical mornings, when fortune smiled and someone gifted a pat of butter, you swirled it in and watched the golden ribbon melt into the pot. You closed your eyes and let the smell fill your nose. It was the kind of smell that made you feel, for a few seconds, like you had choices again. Tonight, you sit at the table and eat your bowl slowly, scraping the last bit with your spoon. Your little brother asks if tomorrow you can have grits with honey. Your mother hesitates, then nods. You know what that means. She'll trade something, or dig out a secret stash of sweetness for him. Because sometimes, making the same old grits taste new is the only bit of magic you can offer. Later, as you rinse out the pot and stack the chipped bowls, you think about how many meals grits have given you, about how many times you sat down with a spoon and found, somehow, enough. You dry your hands on a flour sack towel and glance out the window. The moon hangs low, pale and round like a scoop of cornmeal dropped into night. And even though tomorrow might bring more of the same, you'll eat it warm. You'll eat it slowly. You'll eat it like it matters. Because the grit behind grits isn't just what you eat, it's how you keep going. You're crouched beside the clawfoot tub, a chipped mason jar in your hand, staring at a clear liquid that smells like trouble and tastes even worse. Your uncle calls it mountain cough syrup. Your dad calls it bathtub lightning. But everybody else just calls it what it is: home brew. Depression gin. The kind of drink that burns all the way down and makes your tongue ask why you're like this. You swirl the jar slowly and pretend to study its clarity. Like some backwoods sommelier. It's got no bouquet. No legs. No hints of oak or vanilla. Just raw heat and the faint tang of desperation. You glance over at the tub itself. It's not just for bathing anymore. Tonight, it's a distillery. And somehow, that feels completely normal. When the Depression hit, even bootleggers had to pivot. Moonshine wasn't just about evading taxes or partying in the woodsit, was suddenly survival. People brewed in basements, in sheds, in haute refrigerators, under floorboards. If it could ferment, it could be turned into something you could sip, trade, or forget your circumstances with. Corn mash, fruitpelings, sugar, water, raisin, rotten potatoes, it all went in the vat. You take a tiny sip and cough, so hard you see stars. Your sister peeks her head around the corner. "Are you drinking turpentine again?" she asks. Deadpan. You wave her off. It's artisanal. You croak. She rolls her eyes and disappears. Your dad tells stories about the pre-prohibition days, when a bottle of real scotch meant status. Now, a jar of homemade liquor means someone managed to scrape together ingredients and had the guts to let it rot into something vaguely flammable. Historians still argue whether Depression-era homebrewing was more about community morale or sheer economic desperation. But when you see 5 grown men trade a quart of sour cherry whiskey for a whole sack of potatoes, it seems pretty clear. Everyone has a recipe. Your neighbor uses old bread and brown sugar. Your uncle uses sweet corn and thyme. Someone down the road once distilled raisins and maple syrup into a molasses liqueur that tasted like shoe polish but made your ears feel warm. There's no wrong way. Only degrees of courage. You've helped with the process. Mash the fruit. Stir the yeast. Cover the jar. Wait. You burp the mixture twice a day, so it doesn't explode. The smell ranges from fruity to barnyard. Once, your mom came home early, sniffed the air, and said, "If I find a still in this house, I'm pouring it over the garden." She didn't. She just sighed and added lemon peel to the jar. Might as well make it palatable. And you've heard whispers of people using this stuff as medicine or rubbing it on sore muscles, gargling it for sore throats, pouring it on wounds when there was nothing else around. Kills everything, your uncle says, including taste buds. Oboe. One winter night, The neighborhood gathered around a bonfire with mugs full of Applejack hard cider, frozen and drained of water, until the alcohol stood alone like a prizefighter. It was cloudy, sharp, and strangely festive. People sang. Someone played a harmonica. You couldn't feel your toes, but you felt like you belonged. Sometimes, a single jar gets passed down the table like an offering. One sip each. Eyes closed. Heads tilted. It warms you in a way food doesn't. It's a shortcut to comfort, to forgetting, to feeling like you've got a grip on things, even when the pantry is empty and the roof leaks. But it's not all sparkle and heat. Your neighbor fell into a still last summer, broke his leg, ruined a week's worth of mash, and limped for 3 months. Another man went blind from bad alcohol, cut with radiator fluid. That's why your dad insists on boiling everything 3 times. Better safe than sideways. End of. You once tried to dress it up. You mixed your brew with watered-down grape juice, added a twist of lemon, and called it Depression Sangria. It still tasted like regret, but a fitzy regret. Your aunt hosted a tea party one afternoon using brewed elderberry wine. Everyone dressed up, wore gloves, sipped from teacups, and gossiped until the world seemed just a little less grim. One guest passed out in a chair. You covered her with a quilt and whispered, "Classy," as you tucked her in. There's a science to it now. You keep track of batches, label jars with wax pencil, and even learned how to measure alcohol content using a string and a marble. You've got a system. You've got pride. And you've got 2 jars tucked behind the flour tin, aging like fine vinegar. Some nights, you light a candle, pour a thimbleful, and drink it like medicine. You think about what it means to make something out of scraps, to sip courage when the world feels cracked, to create a little bit of fire in a cold time. You remember what your dad said once, hands wrapped around a steaming mug of homemade rye. "We ain't got much, but we've got this, and it ain't nothing." Oh, so tonight, after dinner, salt pork and fried potatoes if you're lucky. Just boiled carrots. If you're not, you raise your mason jar to the stars and sip slow. It burns all the way down. Your cheeks flush. Your toes curl. But your heart, strangely, feels full. Not because it tastes good. It doesn't, but because you made it yourself. And in a time where so much is taken, making something inventive is a kind of power. The first thing you notice is the rustle. It's soft, papery, like leaves brushing against your sleever, maybe old wrappers. You crouch lower, elbow deep in the dry grass at the edge of the cornfield, the fingers feeling along the soil for anything overlooked. This is gleaning, the art of not wasting what the harvesters didn't bother to take. Technically, it's frowned upon. Occasionally, it's allowed. Most of the time, folks just look the other way, especially if you leave the field cleaner than you found it. Your mom told you how people used to glean in the old world, widows, trailing after the reapers, gathering loose ears of barley, hunched like commas across the countryside. Now, here you are, a Depression-era gleaner, scouting a Nebraska cornfield in worn shoes and a patched coat. You looking for a meal with no receipt. You find one, a corn cob, barely picked over. You hold it up like it's a trophy. 3 kernels still plump. a few more hiding under half-stripped husk. You grin, dust it off, and tuck it into the sack at your side. The sack already holds a couple onions, 2 sad carrots, and a shriveled beet you pulled from a neighbor's discarded garden row. It's not a feast, but it's a start. Gleaning has become a quiet, almost sacred ritual. Early mornings or near dusk, you walk the edges of farmland and scan the ground with practiced eyes. A dropped apple, a bent stalk, a scatter of beans missed by the harvesters. Anything left behind is fair game, unless someone tells you otherwise. And most don't. After all, they remember what it's like to be hungry. Historians still debate whether gleaning during the Depression was officially tolerated or just unofficially blessed. Some counties issued warnings. Others handed out gloves. You've seen both approaches. You've also seen a boy chased off with a broom for picking pears that had already fallen. But more often than not, people let you be. Hunger, it seems, softens the lines of property. You remember the first time you went gleaning. You felt like a thief, heart racing with every rustle. Then a farmer walked by, tipped his hat, and said, "Get the ones near the fence, they're sweeter." After that, the shame turned into something quieter, practical, useful. You've learned tricks. Potatoes grow deep. Look for cracked dirt. Beans drop their pods near the vine. Carrots leave a tuft if they're still buried. You carry a dull knife, a small trowel, and your mother's garden gloves, fingers mended with thread and stubbornness. Sometimes, you find a miracle. A head of lettuce half-eaten by worms, but with enough crisp left to chop into soup. A bruised apple that still smells like sunlight. A cluster of wild garlic hidden near the tree line. You pick what you can, leave what you can't, and whisper, thanks to no one in particular. There's a rhythm to it. Rustle, reach, collect, dirt under your nails, the whisper of cornstalks, the occasional snap of a twig that makes you freeze until you realize it's just a squirrel. You move like a shadow, gentle and unseen. It's not stealth, it's respect. For the land, for the work, for the fact that this is someone else's field, and you are borrowing its generosity. You meet others sometimes. A woman with 4 kids and a tired face. A boy no older than 10, with a burlap sack and a limp. You nod. Maybe trade a word or two. No one lingers. There's an understanding. Glean quietly. Leave enough. And don't get greedy. Back home, your mother sorts the haul. With nimble fingers. The good goes into the stew pot. The almost good goes into pickling jars. The bad gets chopped fine and fed to the chickens. Even scraps can be useful if you know how to stretch them. She boils the corn cob with onion skins, salt, and a sliver of fat saved from yesterday's bacon. The broth goes cloudy, then golden. You drop in diced carrot, beet, and a chopped garlic stem. You stir. The smell fills the kitchen, earthy, sweet, almost celebratory. Dinner is soup again. But this time, it tastes like victory. Because every bit came from your hands, from the ground, from knowing how to look and how to wait. You tear bread to dunk and watch your sister scrape her bowl clean. Your dad lets out a quiet, that makes your mom smile like she just won the state fair. You clean the pot carefully, preserving every drop. Tomorrow, you'll add water and stretch the leftovers into a new meal. You keep the carrot tops for tea, the beet peels for dye, the corn husks for kindling. Nothing goes to waste. Nothing ever does. Later, you sit by the window and polish the dull knife with a rag, thinking about tomorrow's fields. There's talk of an abandoned orchard north of town apples still hanging, too high for easy picking. You'll bring a stick, maybe a rope, maybe your brother, who's part monkey and loves a good climb. You glance at the sack hanging on the door. It's empty again, waiting for another day, another search, another silent agreement between you and the land. You know where the clover grows, where the blackberries might still cling to brambles, where the wind smells like onions. If you dig deep enough, you don't feel like a thief anymore. You feel like a student of the land, of the seasons, of how to make enough from almost nothing. You close your eyes and picture a row of tomatoes ripening in someone's forgotten plot. You'll check it tomorrow. Just a quick look. After all, the earth still gives if. You know how to ask? You wake to the sound of something bubbling slow, steady, promising. The scent follows, tangy, faintly sweet, and a little like warm vinegar. Your nose leads you to the kitchen, where your mother stands barefoot, sleeves rolled up, her hands busy with a slotted spoon and a pot half full of what looks like pickles or the beginning of them. She looks over her shoulder, grins, and says, "We're saving the summer." It's canning day. On the counter, rows of mason jars catch the light, like stained glassum filled. Some waiting. Their lids are stacked like poker chips beside them. Each jar holds a different little miracle. Green beans, mustard pickles, preserved carrots, even dandelion jelly. In one particularly optimistic container, your mouth waters, even though most of these jars won't be opened for weeks, maybe months. They're not for now. They're for later. That's what makes them magic. You've always thought of canning as a kind of alchemy, turning the fleeting bounty of gardens and scavenged finds into shelf-stable hope. And in the Great Depression, hope with a shelf life is pure gold. You join in, tasked with washing cucumbers in the basin. They're crooked, not the uniform, waxy kind from catalogs, but they're bright green and firm, and they smell like the last good day of summer. You scrub carefully, line them up like soldiers, and hand them off to your mother, who slices them into rounds and drops them into the bubbling brine. She's made the brine from vinegar, mustard seed, dill, and sugar. Not too much sugar, because that's rationed tighter than a preacher's belt, but just enough to balance the sharpness. The scent punches you in the sinuses and makes your stomach sit up and pay attention. Historians still argue whether the explosion of home canning during the Depression was a return to older practices or a brand new kind of self-reliance. But to you, it feels ancient, sacred, like a ritual passed from hand to hand through hard years and harder winters. Your grandma did it. Here, grandma. Too. Now it's your mom's turn, and someday it'll be yours. Canning day isn't just about food. It's about control. When everything else is falling apart, banks closing, wages vanishing, promises breaking, you can still line up jars on a shelf and say, "This at least, is taken care of. It's a kind of quiet victory. Every jar has a story. These green beans came from the plot behind the schoolhouse, traded for 2 hours of weeding. Those carrots were gleaned from a field edge and scrubbed clean with a toothbrush. That pear preserve was made from windfall fruit and just enough cinnamon to trick your brain into thinking it's pie. Once, your aunt made a whole batch of watermelon rind pickles. She boiled the white part of the rind in sugar and cloves until it tasted like candy with a crunch. She gave you a jar for your birthday. You ate it in 3 sittings and licked the inside clean. Your job today includes sealing the jars. You place the lids on carefully. Then twist the rings until they're finger tight. Too loose, and the seal won't hold. Too tight, and the glass might crack. It's a dance. A science you learn by doing. Once sealed, the jars go into the hot water basin, old stockpot balanced on the stove, burbling like a witch's cauldron. The water boils, the jars rattle, and you listen for the sound every canner waits for, the pop of the lid sealing shut. It's like applause from the universe. A soft, metallic high five. Your mom sets each finished jar upside down on a towel to cool. She marks them with wax pencil what's inside. And the date, the 3rd of July. 1930. The 10th of July. 1930. The labels feel like time travel tickets. You remember one winter when you got snowed in for 4 days. Roads were shut. Stores were empty. But in the pantry sat rows of glowing jars, stewed tomatoes, peaches in syrup, sweet corn relishes, even one unlabeled jar that turned out to be pickled eggs. You all voted not to repeat that one. Still, you ate? Because your family knew how to plan for hunger. Once, your brother tried to pickle green beans with just salt and water. They fermented into something foul. You dared him to eat one. He did. The smell lingered for days. The lesson did too. Sometimes you wonder what it's like in homes without canning, where food comes from shelves, and shelves come from stores. And nobody has to steam up the windows with vinegar fumes just to make sure dinner will exist in February. You imagine it must feel nice, but maybe a little empty. 2. Because this work has meaning. It's not just preservation. It's love in a vacuum seal. You help pack tomatoes next field. Chopped. Simmered with basil from a neighbor's garden. The juice stains your fingertips. You taste a spoonful and nod. It tastes like spaghetti dinners that haven't happened yet. Later, your mother pulls out the last surprise of the day. A single pint jar of peach preserves made with actual sugar. Not syrup. It's bright. Orange gold. Like liquid sunlight. She spreads a teaspoon on hot biscuits and passes one to each of you. You take a bite. Your eyes close. Time stops. You eat slow. Because moments like this are rare. Because a teaspoon of peach in the middle of a depression tastes better than any cake you ever had. As night falls, the pantry glows. Rows of jars shimmer in the lamplight, each one a promise. A plan. A future meal already waiting. You count them before bed. As you always do. Not just for inventory. For comfort. Like counting blessings. But edible. You curl up with the scent of vinegar still in your hair and dream of summer peaches. Crisp pickles. Tomato stew on a snowy night. And you sleep knowing that when the world turns cold and gray again, you'll have color on your shelf. You sit cross-legged on the floor, your back warm from the kitchen stove, to the fire behind it, crackling softly like it's telling you secrets. Your belly is fullish, which these days qualifies as a luxury. Tonight's dinner was 2 potatoes boiled into oblivion and stretched across 10 plates. 10 mouths. 2 potatoes. That's the kind of math you've become fluent in. You no longer measure meals in pounds or servings just in enoughs. Enough to quiet the growling. Enough to sleep without your stomach tapping on your spine. Enough to keep moving. Your mother sliced those potatoes like she was performing surgery. Thin. Deliberate. Sacred. She fanned them out on the old tin tray, brushed each one with a mixture of salt, flour, and water that she insisted would crisp them. It didn't, but the golden edges fooled your eyes long enough to convince your mouth it was being treated. You each got 1 slice to start. A moment of silence before the chewing. Then, seconds thin skins. Heavy centers. An extra crusty bit for the youngest, because she always gets the crusty bit. You washed it all down with warm water tinged with pickle brine, pretending it was soup. Then came the performance. Your dad stood, stretched his back with a groan, and declared it the best roast potato banquet west of the Mississippi. He bowed deeply, like a stage actor with tattered sleeves and too many responsibilities. You clapped. Your siblings clapped. Even your mom smiled, her face relaxing for the first time all day. This is what it means to eat in the Great Depression. The food is important. The flavors matter. But joy is what stretches dinner farthest. You can double a recipe with a good laugh, and garnish a plate with a well-timed joke. Historians still argue whether these kinds of coping rituals were subconscious survival tactics or deliberate attempts to create stability where there was none. You decide it's both. Desperation, mixed with dignity, served warm. You remember birthdays where the cake was a biscuit stacked with apple slices. Holidays where the turkey was replaced with baked squash and a lot of pretending. Anniversaries where your parents held hands over chipped mugs of tea like they were in a 5-star restaurant. Celebration meals on zero budget require creativity that would make a Parisian chef weep. One time, your mother carved carrots into flowers and floated them in cabbage broth, declaring it soup à la garden. Another time, she shaped mashed beans into little balls, rolled them in cornmeal, and dubbed them meatless meatballs. You cheered like you were at the circus. Once, your sister made tiny sandwiches from stale crackers and a smear of mustard. She served them with wildflower tea and insisted everyone raise a pinky while sipping. You called her Princess of Poverty, and she grinned with a mustard mustache. One Christmas, there was nothing but turnips and one lone jar of apple butter. Your father peeled the turnips, carved them into rounds, and layered them with apple butter on a tin plate. Depression parfait, he called it. You lit a stub of candle and sang carols anyway. It wasn't merry in the traditional sense, but it was full of something deeper, something truer. You've seen the power of a shared joke. When someone groans after tasting scorched beans, and another quips, "Ah, smoked, flavor vary, upscale." When your uncle bites into a bread crust so tough it cracks, and someone declares it the world's first edible boot. You laugh, you eat, you survive. The younger kids don't even realize how little you have. For them, this is just life. Dinner means everyone gathered together, passing around chipped plates and telling stories. They'll grow up thinking all birthday cakes are made from molasses and boiled raisins, and that cinnamon toast is what you make from fried flour dusted with sugar, someone traded for with an extra chore. And maybe that's okay. Because what you're eating now is more than food. It's resilience. It's invention. It's stubborn hope held together with a pinch of salt and a lot of love. After dinner, you clean up licking plates, wiping counters with cloth scraps, saving every crumb like it might someday be part of something bigger. Your mother tucks away the last sliver of potato for tomorrow's breakfast hash. Your father rinses the mugs and stacks them neatly, not because anyone's watching, but because there's still dignity and order. You stare at the pantry shelves. They're half bare, sure, but each jar gleams with a sense of triumph. Canned carrots, pickled beets, a jar of tomato relish so red it could pass for rubies in this light. You line them up like trophies, and then because it's the last night of the week, and because your dad insists that the best way to fight despair is with ceremony, you set the table again. This time with nothing on it, just candles, matchlit and flickering, just hands folded and heads tilted, as if you were praying. But really, you're just listening. Your dad raises an imaginary glass. To meals that mattered, he says. To empty plates with full hearts. You all echo him softly. It feels silly and beautiful. Later, till you lie under a quilt patched with old dresses and feed sack remnants. Your fingers trace the seams as you recall every meal that tasted like celebration, even when it had no right to. Rice pudding made with water and cinnamon, soup thickened with mashed crackers, pancakes without eggs, flipped proudly anyway, and, in your half-dreaming state, you imagine the richest feast, fried chicken, biscuits soaked in butter, corn on the cob, slathered in salt, a pie whose crust flakes like snow. You hold on to it not as a wish, but as a memory that never quite happened. Because, in the end, what you ate didn't just keep you alive, it taught you how to live. Now that your plate is cleared, the lantern dimmed, and the clinking spoons and laughter have quieted to a whisper. You let yourself stretch beneath the patchwork quilt, your body sinking into the stillness of night. The stove's warmth lingers in the air, like the fading embrace of a long day done right. You listen as the soft creaks of the house settle into silence, the kind of silence that only comes when everyone is fediven, just barely and resting close by. Outside, the wind rustles the trees with a sleepy hush, and the moon climbs slowly over rooftops and cornfields, casting its silver light across the world like a watchful eye. You think of all the meals that carried you here simple, strange, sometimes laughably, small, but always enough. Enough to warm a belly, enough to hold a family together, enough to believe that tomorrow might bring something new. You carry the smells with you now. Pickled brine, scorched beans, cornbread and vinegar, a hint of boiled onions and hope. You carry the sounds to clinking jars, soft bubbling pots, and the laughter that somehow always slipped in, even when things felt impossibly tight. As your breath slows, and your limbs grow heavy, you understand something deeper. The food didn't have to be much. It just had to be shared. And with each bite, each laugh, each scrap stretched across a plate, you learned how to be full in ways hunger could never take from you. So, rest easy now. Let the dishes be. Let the pots cool. Let the shelves hold their quiet treasures a little longer. The world may still be hard, but you've learned to taste joy, even when it's thin as broth. And that's more than enough. Sweet dreams.